you. Hey, this is Bitwig Studio. Welcome to the Bitwig.
Yo, how is everybody doing out there? Happy Friday to you. It is Feedback Friday. Everybody's favorite day of the week, I think. Or it should be. Maybe they just aren't aware of it. If it isn't, I don't know. Happy Feedback Friday, though. It's good to have you all here. If you're looking for feedback, make sure you follow the Discord link and put it in early. Put your link in there early to be heard. We will have a special guest here at some point. We will also be swapping out the free sounds for Twitch subscribers on the Discord soon. So if you have not already grabbed your free sounds this month and you are currently subscribed, do that or they disappear. Come back and get more. Who's here? Let's see who's here. Let's see who's here. Sev! How you doing, brother? Hope you're well. Josh! Josh is here. How you doing, American Josh, dude? Livia's here. How are you, Livia? Happy Friday. You graduate, you. Nanowires is here. Doing Ben? Hopefully well. What else we have here? Oh, we have Maximal here. Ricky Akimbo. Oh dear. Happy Friday to you as well. I don't know that I have any other announcements this morning. I think we can just jump right in. Liv saying, so far, being a graduate is absolutely helpless in finding a job. Have you tried being AI? I hear a lot of people are looking for AI right now. Yeah, I would agree with this. Nano is saying Olivia should be hired because she doesn't push herself on people and is goated. Absolutely. Absolutely. Just to be clear, that means that Liv is one of the greatest of all time, not a barnyard creature that will, like, climb up onto your couch and start eating your pillows. So please hire her. Oh my goodness. Where's the Discord? There's the Discord. We're going to click here and see who has arrived already and put stuff in. Oh, Zev is here. Are you first today in here? Ooh. Okay, and I'm going to get a notepad. All right. Whoa. I am not used to that. Okay. I think we're set here. We're going to put this up on a size of font that y'all can actually read. That's not it. That's closer. All right. Zev is quick draw today. Quick draw McGraw. You find logic. Draw McGraw. What the hell, dude? Zev, are things well? Are things good? Is what we're about to listen to brand new? I'm stoked. Let's see what we've got. I'm straddling two machines right now. This other one is almost ready to go. And this one is the one that still has all of the functioning stuff that's set up for live streams already. It's been such a slow transition. Oh, does that mean that Liv is in there as well? Okay, this is great. All right, let's take a peek. Ooh, we got a good lineup in here already, you guys. All right, this one is a new one from Zev called Outlander V7. And here we go. Yo, well, dude, this is absolutely fantastic. I like this. Textures abound. I feel like in the first section, it can either evolve a little bit quicker to get to the meat, or maybe just a little bit quicker for more ear candy and movement as we're waiting for it to fully uh, step up to the full mix. Either way, the whole mix is feeling good. The groove is feeling good. Your palette is really super solid. Um, More of just an amount of time passing thing in that first section. Having the lead riff right in the middle of the mix is feeling like it's being forced on us because it's not really moving and it's much louder than the rest. And I feel like the perception of that loudness would be diminished if it was panning around. So maybe get a tremolo on there or something like that, get some auto panning going, or maybe just a little more filter modulation, something to push it into a different level of neediness, I guess. It's like right smack dab in the middle. This one seems to want just a little bit more forward momentum. It's got a really nice kind of forward leaning thing happening. So maybe some periodic whooshes placed for pace and motion. Love the break at 412. Little more modulation on the waveforms themselves if they're wavetables, and then let them develop a bit more in depth. If not, let the filter and detuning move a little bit more over time. Just felt like we've got these really awesome kind of analog-ish flavors driving this whole thing. It'd be great to hear them move just a little bit more, just kind of waver in their stability almost and position. Um, I think that's it. I think that's it. Paul! Polly! Polly's here. It's been a minute. How you doing, Polly? Yeah, I think call and response perks would be perfect for the beginning. I think it would feel a bit more of a conversation, a journey, like a more of a validation of the time for sure, justification of the time. Polly, and Zeep. Man, you got to respect the gazelle. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate you guys. Happy Friday, everybody. Polly with the 53 months on a 40 streak. Jeesh. And Zeep coming in with 9 months straight. Thank you so much, you guys. I appreciate you guys. Will, that's what I got for you. I love this one. I love this one. I love the idea of the call and response perks in the beginning. That's gonna, I feel like it's gonna give it a bit more of a kind of a primal kind of a feel, and then my feelings about the swells. Where did I put my comment about the swells? Oh, right here. Just some saturation swells. And it could be a couple of different types of saturation on a couple of different synths, so those things just kind of warm up in the pot together over time in different ways. Get some extra harmonics commingling in there. Nano. Chris said this in 2021. You need to get back to that. Will, you're sounding freaking amazing, dude. I hope you're doing well over there. We gotta catch up soon. It's been a minute. Bez. Victory Lap Remix Final Version. Let's go. Let's go.
Little white bitch on detox, she a little teapot, 2 left feet, them Reeboks. Shawty did freelance, now she a free thought. Should've never let that bitch along with my sneak mods. Got a bitch skip hit, popping in my Reeboks. Talking about a detox, pussy like a beatbox. All grown up, bitch looking like Selena.
Could've been 30, could've been a G. Should've never snitched. Why you talking to police? Now they looking at you funny when you walking down the street, looking at you like food, trying to see what they can eat. Me, I'm like Wallow and Gilly with the game. You don't really wanna act silly, behave. And now we're on stage and the milli gets made. I need that grease. I feel sorry for Skepta, they copy these flow, but they said that it's a new flow. Imitation don't flatter me, but it's cool though. Should've ever left the guy loading my studio. Put them in a coffin, get them on a tombstone. Yeah, I got half of the price of a kudo. Living like a boss man, nothing like Hugo. I need that good price. Or the plug turn pagan, tweaking, talking inflation. Pace is needed, getting impatient. Blood, everybody getting complacent. Leg, work, step on the pavement. Victory lap, I'm back on the station. I'm really a psycho, Patrick Bateman. If you see her with me, she's taken.
Little white bitch on detox, she a little teapot, 2 left feet, them Reeboks. Shawty did freelance, now she a free thought. Should've never let that bitch along with my sneak mods. Got a bitch skip hit, popping in my Reeboks. Talking about a detox, pussy like a beatbox. All grown up, bitch looking like Selena. I need that. Little white bitch on detox, she a little teapot, 2 left feet, them Reeboks. Shawty did freelance, now she a free thought. Should've never let that bitch along with my sneak mods. Got a bitch skip hit, popping in my Reeboks. Talking about a detox, pussy like a beatbox. All grown up, bitch looking like Selena. I need that.
I smoke loud, but I never get lousy. Black Swan, Darren Aronofsky. Plug said he wants 16 for the pound, but I'm trying to get it under. Rack like Saudi. Iced out watch, and my diamonds ain't cloudy. 4 rings never came with an Audi. Grills like Foreman. I put my money where my mouth is, and I don't want to smile, just allow me. No new friends, I got mob ties. Where would I be without the guys? We get fly. Argue 1,000 times, you tell jokes till the tears come out your eyes. You know the haters hate when you're out of sight. I hear them say we sold out. Yeah, we sold out. Everything I said, humble pie. One slice cut a man down to size. Like, could've been 30, could've been a G. Should've never snitched. Why you talking to police? Now they're looking at you funny when you're walking down the street, looking at you like food, trying to see what they can eat. Me, I'm like Wallow and Gilly with the game. You don't really wanna act silly, behave. When I was on stage and the milli gets made. I need that.
Little white bitch on detox, she a little teapot, 2 left feet, them Reeboks. Shawty did freelance, now she a free thought. Should've never let that bitch along with my sneak mods. Got a bitch skip hit, popping in my Reeboks. Talking about a detox, pussy like a beatbox. All grown up, bitch looking like Selena. I need that. Little white bitch on detox, she a little teapot, 2 left feet, them Reeboks. Shawty did freelance, now she a free thought. Should've never let that bitch along with my sneak mods. Got a bitch skip hit, popping in my Reeboks. Talking about a detox, pussy like a beatbox. All grown up, bitch looking like Selena. I need that.
Oh man. Basil. Cheers. Man. All right. This thing is fire. Good on you. This is great. There's a couple of things. That I wish this had. There's this quick little fade in there with the vocal layer that goes from the single sample delivery to the full mix. Kind of wish that curve was just a little bit more dramatic with just a little bit more of a at the end. Just feels really good. I want the whole thing to be finished with some really good saturation. That's what I want. Like maybe even a couple passes of gentle, nice saturation. Now Nothing that's going to distort or give this thing weird flare-ups in any way. Just a little warming up of the entire flippin' thing. Just to get everything just kind of sizzling. You know what I mean? Let's see what other people are saying. Because this right now, I mean, I don't really need to say anything else. Well, there is a small amount of clipping occurring periodically from the buildup between the bass, the kick, and the synth swell that happens in a few different spots. You can kind of see these tallest peaks here. They do kind of coincide with those, but there were a couple of other little spots in here, and it was a little difficult to nail down. So I think it's really just a limiting thing. So if you were to back off, and I know this sounds stupid, but like by like 0.1 or 0.2 on that threshold. And honestly, I'd back up by a factor of at least a couple full points on the threshold and just send this through a couple of passes of saturation. Just warm it up. Just borrow the circuitry. Probably don't even have to twist any knobs. I would twist the gain just a little bit though. I would. Or the drive. All right, let's see what people are saying. Crusoe, welcome in. Happy Friday to you. Yeah, everybody's loving this. Yeah, I do agree with this. Liv saying that it does feel a little bit scooped and wishes that there was an accent in the mids. Hit those vocals. Again, if everything had just a little bit more harmonic information, it might be hitting that sweet spot. Yeah, very, very, very sick switch ups in this. Absolutely. All right. A blooming, if you will. A blooming. That's what this needs. All right. Bass, that was great. Josh. Man, one day I might actually get that name typed out without looking up at this thing. Keep showing up with bangers. All right, this is Amen. Shall we listen?
Life's better when your stuff is protected under our roof.
Sure it is. Sure it is.
I did a lot of research when I was getting ready to leave my ex to see what was out there to help keep my son safe.
Good luck.
Living or dying, breathing or crying, amen. You wet like the flower, tears out of sour candy. The future you find, you run like the rhyme, pretend. You're above all the flies, you'll never die. Amen. You did not bear the cross, you did not share the loss, you win. The most sacred prize, end of our lives, amen. You get on your knees, but nobody sees it's the end. It's the end. You're above all the flies, you'll never die. Amen. No, you'll never die. No, you'll never die. No, you'll never die. Amen.
All right. Josh, this is really, really fantastic. The vocal performance, yet again, is just like blistering. It's just great. So this is a little bit picky, but you must respect the gazelle, so we have to pause. Thank you so much, Ludi. I appreciate you. Okay, so the main little hook from the guitar, staying up at that level, maybe up just a little bit, but then the strumming down just a little bit, and maybe just off to the side just a little bit more, so the vocal really kind of dominates that center space, and there isn't anything else that's pulling us away from the vocal delivery in any way. I want to hear the voice in a PA. Some amp modeling might do wonders alongside some saturation, might deliver a serious live vibe to the mix. Also wanting slightly more bright and reflective reverb on the vocal. And the performance is just belting it. It's just great. And then these guitars just kind of sitting there after that just explosive vocal performance is great. It's absolutely fantastic. So the drums have maintained a nice live profile throughout, though I think if you drive them, again, a little bit of saturation. This is really just about harmonics, about individual sounds feeling a bit more lively in the mix and cutting through the mix. All sorts of things kind of get flattened in a very similar way that images get flattened, right? We capture a moment with a camera and we're remembering it very vividly with all this depth, but when we look at the image, it's very flat, right? Very similar thing happens with music, right? Where we're there in this room and everything's just bouncing all over the place and everything's vibing, and then you record it and you're like, oh, it all sounds kind of one-dimensional almost. And those harmonics really do start to bring that depth. And then the stereo feel, like the difference in pan position of each individual thing and nuanced volume differences between those things, with the right reverb, those things all add up to that space that was lost. So this, I think now at this point, like where you are, is really just about finding the depth and the shine. I think that's really all that's missing in these. Everything else is sounding really, really good. You've got a really good balanced mix cooking here. So now it's just about kind of the more of this, right? And that's just turning up that knob just a little bit. It's going to enhance that kind of rawness, that kind of live feel, and I think that's really the vibe on this. Aklud, how you doing? Do I think you can get that from me remastering? Yeah. Yeah, I think that you could, and I think that if you're working with the right person, that and you've got all the stems for this, that small adjustments could be made, maybe even by the same person. If you're just sending stems, right, that gives them the ability to then put their own gear on your sounds. And really, all this is about is sending this through circuits, right? If you were to take this to a big studio, like a brick and mortar studio, the very first thing they're going to do is listen to this on their gear, right? So the signal is warmed up numerous times as it passes through all these different tubes and compressors and just circuitry, because all of that is distorting, saturating that signal again and again. So of course it sounds better already just as soon as they hit play. So it's kind of a similar thing. It's kind of a similar thing. Oh, man. I'm just reading this note from Aklud saying, I'm a hot, muscular gazelle. Where are my gazelle chicks in coconut shell bikinis? Here's a small but not unimportant piece of information. Chris, your hairstyle is damn hot. Oh, well, thank you, sir. I just went out and sheared it. All the long hair is gone again. Crusoe. Let's see what you made. Crusoe's saying, this was a quick turnaround, so it's already on its way through distro, but feedback is still appreciated. Excellent. This is HS and Bloom, or Blom. Last page. Josh, take care, homie. It was great music, man. Great music. Keep bringing it. Keep bringing it. So... Who are you using for distro? Crusoe?
If you gave me the choice, then I would have accepted. I kept it so tightly, just don't get it twisted. It's over now. Your time's over now. If I knew how this ends, then I won't need to feel it. I'm closing the book right before that last page hits. It's over now. Your time has run now. If you remind me about the first time we met, I might just think about the times that I don't regret. Like that beautiful first kiss in the park. Who'd have thought that we'd be apart now? Moving things out of our shared apartment. One more time that I'm broken hearted. Didn't know you could be so heartless. All around me, all I see is darkness. And I wouldn't want to blow this away. Extinguish my last burning flame. If you gave me the choice, then I would have accepted. I kept it so tightly, just don't get it twisted. It's over now. Your time's over now. If I knew how this ends, then I won't need to feel it. I'm closing the book right before that last page hits. It's over now. Your time has run now. Your story is gone. I'll be at your funeral singing to say it's over now. I have no choice now, you leave me no choice. It's over
now. Crusoe, this was fantastic. This was so good. I have some nuanced little things here for you for the next one. This is really good. I love how epic and sweeping it was. It's longer than your usual. There's much greater emotional arc in this thing. These peaks and valleys, just really quick, I would love to see, like this one, for instance, hit almost rock bottom. I would love to see this one come down to where this one is. I'm showing you tiny, tiny, tiny little mouse movements. This right here could be way down here. And this valley floor here could be down here at this level. And if you did have that much distance traveled between your peaks and your valleys, those feelings of rushing emotion and like overwhelming dramatic surges of like tension and release would be feeling doubled. It really would, because we would be soaring twice the height, right? We would be traveling twice the distance with you. And what that does is it makes us want to turn up our volume. So I would really encourage you to set a couple of different peak limits in your next one if it's going to be kind of epic and sweeping like this one. Because the more dynamic you make it, the more impressive it feels, and each one of those surging moments feels larger than life. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so great raw vocal mix, just wanting a touch more surface texture, capturing the detail in your delivery. Now, we don't need to hear like all of the syrupy saliva in your mouth, but it would be great to hear just like a little bit more of the tongue and like the cheek, you know what I mean? Because it feels like you're right in our ear, and that makes it feel more genuine and intimate, and that makes it feel really vulnerable. And that is going to open us up, and then you're just going to lay waste to us with all of the bass and everything. So at 129, slipping in an actual atmosphere in here rather than relying upon just reverberated musicality signals for air and depth would go a million miles for you. It would bring the feeling of air moving through a space, because it actually would be air moving through a space. And then when all of that is taken away, and we're in the fully manufactured full mix, we can feel that difference, right? So there's like this lightness and this openness to the other section. Just in general, sub down a good 6 dB, maybe even as much as 7 or 8. Low end cutoff set to 50 hertz. It feels a little low right now. 12 dB per octave curve, so keep it gentle. Just lose the rumble. Right now, I feel like there's an extra 20 hertz of low end something down there that doesn't really need to be. It lessens the vulnerability. It kind of creates this like stature, this kind of reinforcement that you almost don't really want in a lot of the moments in this thing. You really want those to punch in the biggest accent moments, you know? 255 backing instruments down here. Let the vocals shine above everything else. Right now, there's just competition for them. So make there just be a stark separation there. At 3 minutes, reverb down. Make sure you watch the highs and the reverb channels. Those do get just a little bit hot there. 330, the whole track right now is being a little bit too driven. Luffs are peaking and the integrity of the mix is being affected. The clarity is being pushed, and you can kind of feel we're close to hysteresis here. We're feeling just like we've backed off because there was probably some clipping, is what it feels like to me. 4 minutes, really fantastic moment. Would love to hear a subtle reversal or suck back right there at the point of transition. And then again at 418, a second reversal that starts maybe just like 1 second sooner. So you've got this kind of dueling reversal. They're going to come and meet at the same point. It's going to be great. Some feels here at the end. I love the ARP. It's lovely. So again, just to kind of reiterate, probably the biggest piece of feedback here is to back off the luffs a little bit and to increase the dynamic range. So it really feels like we're on more of an emotional roller coaster with you. Feels, you know? Ben, appreciate you, homie. Yeah. People are vibing on this one in the chat. Polly's back saying, well, dang, I got to do better in my own music because this is thoughtful and passionate. It's an experience, to be honest. Yeah, but, you know, everybody's music is different, Polly. You know what I'm saying? Like, can you imagine if AC/DC tried to be this? Or if Michael Jackson had tried to be this? Hey, it's Ruben. How you doing, Ruben? Happy Friday to you. Ruben saying, I ended up sending 2 SoundCloud links. Would I be able to get both of them played or only one? Let's see. Let's see how the stream unfolds. I'm not sure how many people are in the queue right now and where it is. But if we've got the time and we're not keeping anyone else from being heard, then yeah. Ooh, Liv is up next. Liv is a goat, right? Seriously. Oh, speaking of Liv, you can feel free to spam the chat freely when you're releasing new stuff. Liv released another track, and it's amazing. It's really great. It is. Yo, Ruben. Yeah, awesome. Yeah, let your Uncle Jeff Bezos pay for your Twitch subscription. That's what I say. You get one free every single month if you already subscribe to Prime. So you might as well spend it with someone you love. All right, this one's called Peace of Mind.
I've been looking for something that would give me peace of mind. You made me insecure, I pretend that it's good when I'm not. 'Cause I'm hurting, 'cause I'm bleeding, going crazy. I need ya, just get me, you can help me. Maybe why you come to feel alone. I know that can feel you there.
All right, Liv, this is fantastic. I'm not sure that I feel anything like negative happening in here. I just want a couple of small things, like maybe a small suckback at 237, maybe a little sub drop around 233, just to kind of reinforce what you already have in both spots. They're both really wonderful little turnaround spots. Just a really lively palette. There's a ton of movement going throughout this thing. It's so super awesome. I love it. I love all of it. I don't want you to change much at all. And I feel like if you use your saturation right, you're probably not using much compression at all in this thing, and that's going to feel so open. It's like it could feel so upwardly expansive. You know what I'm saying? Absolutely. Hey, Prox is here. Proxima, how you doing? Yeah, I'm just kind of scrolling through right now the chat to see what everyone is thinking. Everyone loves this. Crusoe is asking, hey, I got to ask because every time you bring it up, I don't know what it actually is. So I'm going to play you a couple. He's asking, what is a suckback? So I'm just going to show you really quick what a suckback is. It's just a reversal sound. Where am I here? Demo. Bounce. Wait, that's here. Here. These are suckbacks. So say they're sometimes a bit more involved than just a reversal. Sometimes it's more than just like a snare or a hi-hat being reversed, which is a really super great way to lead into a sound that you want to accent in some way. But if you get just a little bit longer tail on that sound before you reverse it, and if there's just a little bit of wiggle in there or some kind of modulation happening, then all of a sudden it has a similar effect as a riser, but you're not affecting pitch over time or adding anything that is increasing tension, but it is increasing anticipation in a very similar way. That's pretty great because you end up getting a like a bullseye kind of feeling in a similar way that you get the release at the end of a riser and you have a hit that carries over with a little bit of a tail. This is kind of similar. It feels like you're just really hitting a target. Hope that helps. Yeah, the open feeling and the like contain faux live feeler like the mixed textures I'm going for. Yeah. Yeah, Liv, I love that. Oh gosh. Prox saying, I'm okay, been stupid busy. Thought I was developing hearing loss, but it turns out it's just one of my headphone speakers is dying. Oh god. I'm glad it's just the headphones and not your ears. My goodness. Yeah. Yeah, for the type of music that you're doing, Liv, the suckbacks would have to be much more in pocket. Crusoe, the thing that will benefit you the most from making your own little reversal sounds, and it's super easy to do, right? I mean, in most DAWs, it's just like the click of a button or like a keystroke, right? Here in Logic, you can literally just click a button and it will reverse the file for you in your arrangement window. So it's really easy to do, but the biggest benefit that you'll notice immediately is that the sound matches your project entirely, and you don't have to download another sound. You already had the sound in your project. Easy fix. Oh, Kyan, same thing happening to you with the headphones, huh? Oh, man. Well, I'm glad that it was just headphones for both you guys and not hearing loss for either one of you. Oh, and Liv, before we move on, the hysteresis, like the feeling of everything breaking apart around 252 onward is so good. It's such a really good, satisfying, like texture party. Mayhem. It's great. It's really, really great. I love it. I love it. Now I can't wait to hear it completed. ODR. This one is Energize. Let's go. lasers. ODR, this is great. Lots of fun transitions. Tons of energy. Tons. I like the ambience, the texture rolling throughout. I like that you remember to strip out the lowest frequencies. It feels like we're in the club. It's good. Toasty Bread, welcome in. Happy Friday to you. 3 minutes in, at 3:07, I was noticing this. 3 minutes in, and there have been no minutes of meh. Really great movement and energy throughout. Around 4 minutes, there were a couple of things that I felt had just been repeated. But hey, we had reached 4 minutes, right? What's the likelihood of not having stuff repeat? I like it. I like it. It's all over the place. It's very colorful. And I don't think you really need to do anything to it. J-Man, welcome in. Happy Friday to you. ODR, you are welcome. Nano, it's Ben, everybody. Let's do this. This is round 1, beat off. Let's listen. Wow, Ben. Wow. 1, 2, 3. The whispered 1, 2, 3 is fantastic. I think it's great. You've got all of this like muddled timing, and then you've got this 1, 2, 3. It's great. And it's like it's affected just enough. You know what I'm saying? Just enough. The luffs are up there. It's a little hot. But the mix is allowing it. So, but really that whispered 1, 2, 3 is just fantastic. Yeah. J-Man says, this time signature is really messing with my brain. Velvet Gochi says, this polyrhythm is quite fun. Proc saying, this is like broken techno, but make it jungle bass music. Oh, man. Well, I don't know that you're a prick, Ben. I don't know where that's coming from, but I do like the track that you sent in. Toasty Bread, happy Friday for all, right? Ben, this is fun. I think this might be one of the better things that you've brought by in a minute. I want it right smack dab in the middle of an album. I love the whispers. It's everything. It's well, you've probably just seen me in about 10 other Twitch music streams here. Oh, man. I'm meaner in person. I'm way meaner in person. Are you saying that to me, Ben? Or are you saying that about you? Oh, Toasty Bread lives in the future. Dude, where are you? Toasty Bread saying, yeah, it ain't Friday for me, but, you know, happy Saturday. Cool kid. It's already watching Saturday morning cartoons over there, while the rest of us just, you know, pound away at the work week. All right, who's next? Wait a minute. Is this 2 from Nano? What is this? Is this? Is this from Nano? It is. Blazin says, you got my foot tapping. Yeah, dude, that little that little squelchy squeal at the very beginning, that was fun. This is really well crafted. There's like a little dose of Joel swimming in this one, I feel. The snare, it's the only thing in the entire palette that kept poking out at me and asked if it was right again and again. So I'm not sure that it is the right snare. It felt like perhaps the most simple of all the sounds in the mix. Like maybe it just needed to be touched a little bit more. Like maybe it just needs some really, really subtle automation. Just kind of giving us slight variations of it over time or something. Y'all got the hook with the masterclass. Yeah, people are liking this one, dude. I'm just scrolling through the chat. Very chocolatey and warm, says Prox. Wanting for some air in the mix, though. Oh, actually, some field recording would feel rather good in this. If you had like a little intro outro moment on this, and that would allow you to keep some ambience running through the entirety of this thing, and that might actually be really cool. If we were just to go back here, smack dab in the middle. Ooh, that would allow for a nice little breakdown in there too. Well, now that's got me thinking. Not that we need to like remix your whole track or anything. J-Man, yes, we are absolutely still taking songs. So drop it like you want it. Oh no. J-Man, it's better if you drop it in the Discord, so we know exactly where you are in line, so I can keep track of that. If you can't, for whatever reason, send it to me in a DM or drop it in the chat, and then we'll have someone put your name in the Discord so we know what time to listen to yours in the future. Live. Wait. Oh no, but you just complimented me. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh, that's great. All right. Ricky Akimbo, it is you. Let's do this. Ticket to Ride. Oops.
This is your ticket to ride. I took the chains off for real this time. I left my ID right in the fire. Come on. I took the car keys, I'm ready to drive. And now I'm gonna take my time, because tonight I've got a ticket to ride now, baby. I
Yo, Ricky, this is fantastic. I love the outpouring, the passionate outpouring in this one. I love the loose piano chords alongside the raw vocals. It's a nice pairing. It keeps that jangly kind of real in the moment, genuine, excuse me, genuine thing happening. Vocalizations up, and that would include the little rhythmic vocalizations that you're doing as well. There in the intro. That's before the full mix hits. There's a nice resonant ring in the snare. That same frequency should come down a bit in the vocal reverb channel. When the snare is hitting and the resonance in the vocal reverb is popping at the same time, there's this little spike that's happening. 122. This moment is just too hot, I think. The distortion is happening in part because of the clipping. The guitar is going way up. It doesn't need to. The vocal is going way up, and that is everything. That's all it needs to be. I think that the turning up of the guitar is almost, well, it just drowns out what is happening performance-wise with the vocals. And I feel like it's a shame because the vocals are just going nuts, right? So yeah. So I'd bring down some elements in tandem, but mostly it's the guitar. Rhythm guitars down 5-6 dB at 212. Bass down a good 3 dB throughout, but then also during the guitar solo needs to come down a good amount. Set the low end cutoff to 50 hertz, 12 dB per octave. Guitar in the chorus, like I said, too loud, 8 to 12 dB down. Love the passionate vocal delivery. Vocal reverb channel, watch the lows and the highs. Bring the reverb volume down a good 6 dB outside of these effects moments, right? Like where you're going off on the vocal solo and the big reverb is happening, it's great. Outside of those moments, bring it down just a little bit. It'll do two things for you. One, it'll help keep the mix a little bit cleaner, and two, it'll make those other moments stand out much more. 4 minutes in, bass down in the guitar solo, make it a good 8 dB probably. Move guitar away from center and let the vocal own that space. There's just too much competition between them currently, between the lead vocal and the lead guitar. Overall, I think this is awesome. Like I said, I love the emotional outpouring. I think the energy translates well. I love that it is such a genuine and raw experience. I do. I don't like comparing, but there is this thing, man. I hear it in your music. Each time I listen to one of your tracks, there's hints of these guys that are just absolutely fantastic. I think there's some brilliance swimming around in your head. I'm hearing like Mr. Bungle and all sorts of stuff in here. So it's really great. It's really good stuff. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. That's really good stuff. Jake, welcome in. Jake Signal Music. Happy Friday to you. Ricky Akimbo, I'm glad that all vibes with you. I hope it helps you make it even better. I feel like I typed a lot, so I'm going to go ahead and put this into a thread for you. All right, next, Maximal. Shall we? Oh, I wonder if am I currently signed in over here? Find out. Yeah, I am. Great. Let's listen to this then, shall we? Respect the gazelle.
a fucking different time. It's a fucking different time.
Studio is a DAW, which means you can record and make music in here. You're probably familiar with this DAWs. It's in a Ranger timeline, but the cool thing about Bitwig is you don't have to choose between a Ranger timeline and a clip launcher. You can have them both side by side, and they can also interact together, which means that I can be playing my prearranged elements while auditioning stuff from the clip launcher on the fly. It also works in the sense of if I take elements from the clip launcher, I can put them directly on the arranger timeline, and you'll see that the timeline is unfolded the shortest clip, which is only 2 bars, to be the same length as the longest clip, which is 4 bars. Hey, this is Bitwig Studio. Welcome to the Bitwig booth at Super Booth. Bitwig Studio is a DAW, which means you can record and make music in here. You're probably familiar with this view from other DAWs.
Where's this audio coming from, you
timeline,
guys?
but the cool thing about Bitwig is you don't have to choose between an arranger timeline and a
Where
clip
is
launcher.
this?
You can have them both side by side, and they can also interact together.
Oh my god.
Playing my prearranged elements while auditioning stuff from the clip launcher.
Where is it coming from? I don't understand. That's so weird. Yeah, I am absolutely unsure where the audio is coming from, you guys.
The shortest clip, which is only 2 bars, to be the same length as the longest clip, which is 4 bars. Hey, this is Bitwig Studio. Welcome to the Bitwig booth at Super Booth.
Why is this happening?
Bitwig Studio is a DAW,
bear
which
with me
means
for
you
just
can
a minute, you
record
guys.
and make music in here. You're
Where is
probably
this
familiar with this view from other DAWs. It's
Oh, weird. It was a video inside of a Twitter tab. Weird. That was an odd occurrence, you guys. I was like, where is this audio coming from? It just randomly started playing. Okay. Max, this was fantastic. I love that this was organic playing too. I like that you pointed out that this was not a loop. This was actually you performing. And I appreciate that because it was fantastic. I love the energy. Absolutely. Luffs are a bit hot in this one. I'd bring the limiting down. I turned it down several dB on my end, just in my headphones, and it felt better. So I think that you can do the same on your end. It'll give us a little bit of room to turn it up when we're feeling the most fun. Yeah, sorry for the interrupting Bitwig audio. That was so strange. I'm like, you guys, I don't even remember watching a video about Bitwig recently. Like, I don't think I have a YouTube tab open right now. And I did not. Grok is glitching or something. Tetris is an amazing game, right? Have you guys watched the Tetris movie? I have not watched it yet. When it came out and all the trailers were happening, I was like, wow, this looks so dramatic and intense, and I'm gonna watch this, and I still haven't watched it, and it's been like a year or something. Proxima saying, I love the internet. It's not an ad bloated nightmare. Jake Signal Music saying, I'm still moving to the beat of that residual music in the noggin. Man. Okay, so Itzwo says, how do you know when you're pushing the LUFS too high? I was trying to reference with some other songs in the same realm of my submission, and they're all in the neg 3 to neg 2 LUFS range. Well, let me tell you, that's just too high. When you're looking at a streaming service, they all measure loudness through LUFS, which is a measurement of perceived loudness. So it's a little bit more on point than decibels, because your decibels sound different than my decibels nowadays with limiters and stuff in place, right? That's how we're achieving these larger than life loudness levels. Problem with it is that those tracks end up getting turned down on all those streaming services. So there's almost no point in doing it on the streaming services. You know, if you're playing in a live festival setting and your music is being broadcast over a huge open space, that higher LUFS level is going to help you maintain clarity across a great distance. But when you're talking about the great distance between, you know, Australia and Portland, and we're online together, that it just doesn't translate. All this is really doing is taking away our ability to turn it up naturally ourselves and have it feel better. There used to be this point in time in music where if you turned it up, it actually felt more full. Like it was produced in such a way that you had this really gratifying, this satisfying outcome when you cranked up that volume knob on your favorite tracks. But now the limit has been reached. With limiters, you're literally just saying, oh, don't show everyone that I'm clipping. Just keep it here artificially, and we're just gonna make it louder. And then the problem with that is that the sounds start to sound closer together in the mix, and then what we call the dynamic range and depth is diminished. So it sounds like the snare is right here instead of right here. And if there's ambience in the track, instead of, you know, the rain being in the background and in the distance, it's like right up here, right next to the snare. So there's just kind of this squishing, and it's a proximity thing, it's a loudness thing. There's also just a limit to how much a sound can be pushed. Part of that is how it was recorded, part of it is how it's being mixed, and part of it is just the natural limits of the sound itself. Eventually, hysteresis kicks in, which is where things start to fall apart. So if you're looking for specific numbers about like how much stuff should be turned up or down because of broadcast standards or because of streaming standards, there are tools that you can use to do that. There's a loudness meter. There's websites. There's different standards for different settings, right? Movie, television broadcast, club sound systems. Yeah. Ulean is a good program to see where you're at, says Blazin. Absolutely. Itsuo says, I use mini meters. I love it. J-Man is having a hard time posting a link in Discord if someone can help him out. And again, if you want to send it just like in a DM to me, you can do that. Or in email or something, and just let me know when you do it, and we'll put a timestamp on it by putting your name in the... Yeah, so it's about saying I usually go off short-term LUFS for the main drop of my song when I reference. Yeah, so the streaming services are looking at integrated, which is a long-term average of LUFS versus the short range. Short range is going to show you what your highest peak was. An integrated LUFS standard is going to show you what the average LUFS was over a longer course of time. So Blackberry says, that's why I wish we still use voltage as a measurement for loudness. Digital metering is so incredibly inaccurate from system to system. Whereas voltage is a known and easily verifiable quantity. Yeah, Blackberry, it made everything kind of arbitrary and elusive. And I think that we're seeing the effects of taking those rails off. Yeah. Ruben saying, that's very good info. I try to keep my tracks at neg 6 to neg 8. And Blackberry's saying, by the way, I still use voltage for calibration. This is good. Yeah, it depends on the genre. Absolutely, Ruben. Absolutely. And It's Bo says, okay, I'll definitely be using integrated more often then. Yeah, it's good to understand like what all the different terms mean, right? Yeah. Jake says, Insight is solid for this measurement. I forget who makes it. I forget who makes that one too. Blackberry saying, yeah, the effects of dumbing down the engineering part of engineering. Rox is saying, I understand why folks slam the shit out of their tracks because platforms like Spotify and YouTube mix their tracks down to neg 14 dB integrated LUFS, but that's not the solution. Yeah, it's really not. Unfortunately, it leaves everything feeling really flat and affected, and that's a tough nut to crack, honestly. Like, as a fan of music, that's a hard pill to swallow. Especially if you ever dare to go and listen to music that was made, a handful of years ago, and then you start to wonder, like, man, like, in some ways, are we moving backwards? Because I know we're moving forward in a whole bunch of other ways. Chrome, this dog is staring at me right now, and I cannot look away. All right, Ruben. We've got 2 here from you. We've got... All right, it looks like we've got a bunch of people in the queue. I'm going to click on this first one, and you just poke me. Okay, you poke me in a bit, and we'll see where we are in the queue, and if we have time to go back and listen to the second one. We oftentimes do. I do love listening to music. All right.
Don't come crawling to me, my love. Now you wanna see me, where was you when I was down and out? What was the only thing I ever wanted was you? Oh, promised the only lover that I wanted was you. Promised the only lover that I wanted was you. Hope I pass your street when I'm running through your mind. Don't take me for granted this time. Making me meet your mama. You making me look dumb. How could you do this to me? Promise when I promised that I wanted was you. Promised the only lover that I wanted was you.
Respect the gazelle. Oh, Nero, coming in hot with the 20, dude. Appreciate you, homie. Happy Friday. Everybody go grab your free sounds, whoever just got subs. Oh, wait, hold on a second. What just happened? Is that the second track that just started? Okay, so the clipping on this one is due to loudness. The LUFS are too high. I'd back off the limiting. Aim for neg 14 LUFS on this one, probably. Neg 16 is where they're going to kind of start turning it down. Neg 12 is kind of bordering on that electronic music loudness thing, and that's just not where we are with this one. So I would back off. Right now it feels like it's in the single digits. Maybe like neg 8, neg 6, and I would love to hear this have just a little bit more room. It's got to feel genuine, right? And each one of the sounds in this palette are perfectly aligned with the music that you've produced. The problem is that the loudness level is not in alignment with the sounds that you've chosen for your palette, right? So we can start to hear them degrading in different ways as we're hearing their biggest peaks run into that limiting wall. That's kind of the sound of the sounds running into a wall and getting hurt, basically. So back off until that effect disappears. And then you've got a really, really nice track here. For me, neg 14 LUFS is too low. Yeah, so I think the cure for that is to focus on the harmonics, right? If you have a full and rich sounding track, I guarantee you that a lower LUFS is not even going to be felt. It's not even going to be considered because it's such a fulfilling and satisfying mix, right? Everything is super full. And I think a lot of that really has to do with presence, right? And I think that when you're focusing on the harmonics, the harmonic information of a sound, like I was saying earlier, when you take a live recording and then you listen back to it, it feels kind of flat and one-dimensional or two-dimensional compared to how it felt in real life, similar to when you take a photograph. And the same kind of thing happens with loudness, right? There's this perception that things are getting better and more full as you're turning up the music, but that isn't actually what's happening. It's just getting louder, right? So if you want it to fill up more, you're going to add more information, right? And that's the harmonic information. That's what's allowing our ears to hear all these little tidbits of things, right? So then what we're hearing, like with the surface texture from the mouth with really intimate vocals, for instance, we're hearing the texture and the moisture, right? And the movement of air, but we're not hearing crackle. Like that's the big difference here. That's the biggest difference. So I bet BlackBerry would probably have tons of really good insights into what could be done differently to get the feelings up that you tend to get from the higher volumes at a lower LUFS range. BlackBerry right now is saying the massive reverb has a tonal center that is significantly different than the tonal center of the dry vocals, making it all the vocals sound very unnatural and gimmicky. Consider retweaking that, even if you're wanting to be a little gimmicky. The verb, as is drawing focus from the performance. Brock's saying it's also important to remember that people can always turn it up at the output. They can't turn your LUFS down, though. Yeah, this is true. Yeah, this is true. Jake Signal Music saying, I feel that I think I broke a long writing block, but I don't trust my opinion. Boke, thank you so much for all the gift subs you just rolled in with. Appreciate you, homie. Ruben saying, question, because I see most industry songs with normalization are all at neg 6 LUFS. How come they don't sell it to neg 14 LUFS? Yeah, well, so much has to do with the genre of music too, right? Electronic music, especially like bass music, is going to have a much higher loudness level. And oftentimes it comes down to the types of settings that people are listening to this in, right? People are not listening to this track from you, Ruben, out at a big music festival that needs to be heard at like extreme volumes, an acre away. They're going to be listening to this like this is makeout music, you know what I'm saying? Like this is some soulful, like we feel this stuff, you know what I mean? We got to treat it a little bit differently. We gotta treat it like a little more tenderly, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Yeah. Neg 2, neg 1, it is insane. It is. It's insane. But like what they're trying to do is push limits and see what kind of boundaries are still in play for their specific type of music, right? It's kind of weird to think about, but you almost have to think about a genre as having its own music theory. right? Like its own overarching theory of everything, not just the musicality, the notes that you're putting into an arrangement, but all of it together. Because there's a very specific sauce that each genre is following, especially in the electronic music realm. And then, you just got to have to keep in mind that whenever you're seeing stuff online, like it's predominantly written by and written for people that are interested in and or producing electronic music, right? And so those ideas, those insights, that advice is spilling over in and being applied in areas where it maybe wasn't intended to, right? Someone was giving feedback or insight on this bass music track, someone is listening, they happen to produce R&B, and they go home and they apply those same exact rules, and it's an improvement upon what they had before, but it isn't the most ideal for that specific genre, right? And then we just see that play out hundreds of thousands of times over, and over the course of a few years, you just see music change dramatically, and that's exactly what we've seen occur again and again and again. But really, this is about feeling the individual sounds, and if you feel that the integrity of the individual sounds has been disrupted or altered in any way, then the overall mood and ethos and aesthetic of the music itself will be altered, right? So it's all just got to maintain alignment is really what it is. I think if Quincy was here, he would say something very similar to that to us. And pop and rap is getting really loud too for those same exact reasons that I was just saying. Yeah. J-Man's saying we about to make some babies with this music. Yeah. ODR saying this is for the bedroom. Yeah. Blackberry saying, Oak, dude, I appreciate you, homie. Big time. Blackberry saying, do what you need to do to make your music the best it can be, and don't worry about the current trends, because your goal is to make your music timeless, and the trends, expectations quickly make music sound dated or of its time. And that right there is like the best feedback. It's like the best advice. It's the best insight. It really, really is. Like if you mix your stuff in a trendy way right now, when you listen back to it years from now, it's going to sound like it's dated. That's something to consider. Something to consider. Yeah. Nobody's saying, oh my, when you get to mine, make it a thread. I might not be able to be here for it. Okay, cool. Ruben's saying, so for me, it's not like that when I make an R&B song and want to fit the rest of the song when it sits with other professional tracks. I want it to be around the same loudness. Most of the industry tracks are 8/6 without normalization. Yeah, so this is where the streaming services, this is why streaming services use LUFS, because they are adjusting all of that in real time. That's why your stuff is sounding at about the same level as all those others, even though they're bouncing theirs at a higher LUFS rate and someone else is bouncing theirs at a lower LUFS level. They're controlling it because they don't want people to go and pull off their headphones or turn their volume way down when the next song in their playlist is super loud, you know? Yeah. Oak, I'm just now getting to the point in the chat where I'm scrolling through all of your gifts, dude. I appreciate you. Everybody who has received the gift subs, go and grab your free sounds from the Discord. You just got to make sure that your Discord and your Twitch profile are synced up here in Discord, and then you'll be granted access to subscriber rewards. And we'll be swapping out the sound packs probably next week, because I think we swapped them out mid-month last month, so we'll get to those next week probably, so good time to grab them. Quirky, welcome in, homie. Oh yeah, timeless music means you can have a long, fulfilling career. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And the other thing that I would say, Ruben, is that your music, I think I may have mentioned this before, that there's a quality that works for other people. And you've got the quality in your music making ability. And if your audio quality is in line with your music making ability, and you put all this stuff into licensing, you'll make a bunch of money. Make a bunch of money. Yeah. Way more than just the listening pleasure music. Like just making stuff for general listening. All right, Chrome. This one is Sick MF. Let's do it. This dog has been staring at me forever. Yeah. Oh, and you know what, Ruben? It's totally fine to feel different too. Like I don't need to repeat myself in a way that like makes you feel like I'm trying to cram something down your throat either. But I do want to explain it in a way that actually like makes sense to everybody tuning in. So, all right, Chrome, let's do this. Oh man, these kicks and the fun sample juggling in there as well. A little bit of phasing right there, Jake says. Kick had a duck from a cancellation. I was hearing a little bit of it here and there. What is this? Wait, did Twitch just block? Oh, no, it did not. Okay. That's weird. The abbreviation of energy is something that is currently flagged in the Twitch AI, apparently. That's going to be annoying if we have to approve or like allow or deny acronyms and shortenings. Come on, Twitch. Oh, man. Chrome saying it's V1, so mixing everything is kind of off a little bit. Yeah, so there's a little bit, like Jake was saying, is it Jake? Yeah, like Jake was saying, there's a little cancellation happening here and there. There's also, I feel like just kind of a limit being reached in frequency buildup in a couple of spots. And I think that depending upon how many tracks you have playing at one time in these spots, because it's kind of hard to tell just by listening here. I was going to say there might be layers in there that are more sustained in presence that you could bring down during buildups. But, I'm hearing a pretty solid mix, honestly, in here. This kick is like cataclysmic. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that's the moment. First kick is solid. Yeah. Yeah. Boke saying, "Oh, I sent stuff. I hope the 70 gifts I sent are enough." Boke, I think so. I think so. And I hope y'all are enjoying your gift subs. Go grab free packs. Jake saying, "I live for the music. I live for the hard style." Blackberry is saying, this mix seemed to exist in two very specific rooms or spaces, the foreground, which is up front, and in your face in the background, which is bordering on mono, very ambient verb space. I feel like the mid ground between those two environments needs a little more love and support because the energy and coalescence between the two environments sounds a little off. You sent a lot. Poke sent a lot. Yeah, Boke, absolutely. Yeah. Get competitive. Yeah, so Chrome, I think that what BlackBerry is saying is really good feedback. And I think that finding that middle ground and focusing on it is probably where you're going to find your clarity and presence as well. And then again, the phase that we're hearing in that section that I was just playing too. Zeep, we're going to come right back to you in just a moment. We're going to hop over and listen to a bunch of sound effects really quick. Where are we? This is us right here. Okay. Boke says, client wanted distorted, so I turned off the limiter. And client also wanted this to be extremely insane sounding and distorted. Oh, excellent. Okay, so we're going to listen through some sound effects here. Okay, Mike, okay. Welcome in. Happy Friday to you. Hope you're doing well. Let's check out what Boke made. Yeah. All right, couple things on this one. On this last volley here, where he launches his attack and it lands over there, it would be cool to hear a little proximity effect, like a little right as it's like launching its way across. The other thing is that the flame arm, the little, it could have like a little more motion there. So if you get a kind of like a fire spell whoosh kind of thing going on there in that moment, that would also be good. It feels like in general there's like a 100 hertz accent being added with a fairly broad bandwidth, and I think that if you were to narrow that bandwidth, it's going to kind of focus your accent, and that would help. It would make the impacts a bit more punchy, but less bloated. And I think that would feel good. And I also think that rolling up just a little bit on your low end cutoff would help. You're still going to have the large majority of all of the low end rumble, but you're going to have just a little bit less bloat on impact for your more subtle sounds. I think that would be helpful. Let's listen to this one here. Yeah, this is a really, really, really good example of what can be accomplished when you ditch the all the extra limiting and compression. Where'd that just go? There we go. There's just so much more resonant, full-bodied presence. You can hear the entirety of the range of all of the sounds. You're not hearing any of them being limited halfway through that scope. And I think that it's hugely impactful for the sound design, right? Because now we're hearing the entirety of these sounds, and it's allowing all of these different harmonics to commingle in a way that really opens up the space. So it feels much less downwardly compressed and confined, and it feels much more expansive and open and outwardly presenting in a really full and resonant way. It's pretty great. It's pretty great. You gave it all. I can tell. Yeah. Jake says, my subwoofer was pushing more air than my fan just now. That's amazing. Okay, so Book says, okay, so here's a bit of music. For a Squid Game fan game. Description of what happens in the game during the song: over 200 armed guards are stopping you from escaping. You've eliminated some guards, stealing their guns, and trying to escape with other people. Okay. Gotta respect the gazelle. All right, let's do this. This one's called Purge. Hey, this is music from you, but it's actually Boke Nero music. Art Lab music. Nice. Dude, solid. Second one, description. Lights turn off. Smoke gets in the room. Visibility is terrible. People running around with forks and bottles, trying to take each other down in a really cramped space. This one's called Lights Out. Okay, next you have 20 seconds to run into a room as fast as possible before guards come out to shoot you. I had to make a really menacing ambience for this. This isn't really a song, just an ambience. No Way Out. Then the next one, when you win the games alone, but at what cost? This is good ending. I love that. So this feels like right on the heels of this No Way Out, which was like super intense, and like I can imagine that it's got to be incredibly nerve wracking. I'm just going off the feeling of the distortion and like the constant pounding. It's got to just be really unsettling and nerve wracking. And then just to have this like almost peaceful release after that has got to give you kind of mixed feelings as a player of the game. I think you know. Okay, so this same ambience above used in the cutscene. In conclusion, the Squid Game fan game called Ink Game has about 500,000 players daily. I did so much work that I was able to buy myself a Mercedes. Nice, dude. That's fantastic. It's pretty easy to say that you have, like over the past couple of years as you've been bringing your stuff through, man, it's just been one level up after another every single flippin' week. So you deserve it. You absolutely deserve it. This is fantastic. Let's watch this. You got a bed full of money. At what cost? That's epic. I love it. Dude, Boke, you've been doing such great work. Such great work. For such a long time now. You should feel very, very proud of yourself and what you've accomplished. Seriously. We're about to have a special guest join us here shortly. We're going to jump into this track from Zeep. And I'm going to go run and hit the bathroom really quick before we start all of that awesomeness. If you guys just want to sit tight for 1 minute, I'm going to put on a little background music. Start off where or pick up where we left off on this background music here. These are all just tracks that I made for the _ Volume 2 collection. I'll be right back. Yo, we're back. I'm going to go ahead and stop that rather abruptly, and we're going to drop down and listen to Nobody really quick because they got to go to work. So I'm going to listen to this super fast. Get back in line. Yeah. Nobody. I think I've asked you this before, but is your stuff being set up in a licensing portfolio, or is all of this just for listening pleasure? Because I do believe that if you had this stuff available for licensing, that people would be using it. I do. I don't hear anything in here that needs to be changed. I think it's really good room that you're giving everything space to grow and ring out. It's solid, man. It's really good. Really fun textures. Absolutely, Brox. I totally agree. I hope we got that in for you right before you have to boogie. Going right back up to Zeep. Zeep! Thank you so much for your patience, homie. Appreciate you. Oh. All right. This one's called Make Me. Ooh, Jake's saying, if I was exploring an abandoned building and heard that sound, I'd probably go ahead and go ahead and stop my heart out of courtesy for whatever made the sound. All right. This one is Make Me. All right, feels like neg 5, make it neg 10 in the LUFS, I think, and it's probably going to feel a little bit better, but there is some resonance running through a few different elements in the mix too, and that is also going to have its effect on like the comfort level with the loudness. So you're going to have to go through and sweep a few of these elements, I think, and find their little pain points and back off them just a little bit. Okay, so the big one here is the ambience needs to come down and the pad needs to come down. These are the two things that are kind of hot continually throughout, and other things in the mix are being mixed up because of them. So if you cut their presence in half, well, not half, but if you take them down a good like 8, 12 dB, then things probably start to feel much more comfortable and less aggressive in these moments that should feel like there's no edge to them, and they're these nice little soft come downs and stuff. I would recommend doing some batch processing rather than having the loudness being handled all at once with just one limiter at the end. So the ambience and more nuanced elements aren't being limited and compressed the same way as other more musical elements in the mix. Oftentimes you're going to have very different needs, from one sound to the next inside the mix. So treating them all the same way just doesn't really make any sense anyway, especially when you have a super big mix. Love the vocal sampling. Good rumble here, but still bring the cutoff up to about 40 hertz, 12 dB per octave. You'll keep the large majority of that rumble, but you'll also bring a fair bit of clarity and less competition. Sub-channel can come down 6 dB in general. The FM lead in the center can be panned out a bit. There's a bit of a focus issue, I feel, at a couple of different points. So just kind of setting that off to one side just a little bit more would be better, I think. 349, that pad can come down a good 8 to 12 dB and sweep it for resonance. It's got some spiciness happening. You can hear that it actually becomes just a bit more dominant as the mix becomes a little more minimal around 1414. And it's kind of hurting the overall like comfort level. It should be this really kind of ethereal moment, right? But instead there's kind of like this kind of work being done by our ears, I think. So limiting down. LUFs are too high. You're reaching some pain points around 2K, 5K, 7K across a couple of different sounds, but especially within the squelch synth there. 523, competing low-end elements here, wrangle the lowest frequencies and allow for only one dominant sub-force in the mix. So that means your kick will probably have some sub-frequencies removed from it, right? And the bass, because it sounds like you've got an independent sub-channel in there. So let that guy rock the down low frequencies. Skinny up the other guys just a little bit. There's going to be a lot less competition between them. Every single hertz that you can shave off in those lower frequencies is going to help a ton. So even if these are very small changes you're making and you don't feel like you're having to sacrifice, the life force of a sound, but you're still seeing numbers being shaved off, that's good work. Some small transition support at 558, maybe just like a gentle little whoosh, so you have a little airy tail hanging over that point of transition. Again, it feels like maybe neg 5 LUFs. I'd make this feel like maybe neg 12, maybe neg 10, somewhere in there. I feel like neg 10 will give you the full, like that full-bodied, forward-facing. Yeah, I think that's probably the sweet spot. Neg 5 just feels like it's just too much with this. But again, I would go back and I would do batch processing to make sure that, some of these elements in here could be fine with peaks around neg 5, and that's totally fine. Like those ARPs are great, right? But we can't have the more ambient elements being driven like that. That's really what it is. So, okay, so Boke sent pictures. So Boke has been doing an incredible amount of work. You guys just saw a whole bunch of the sound effects that he's been doing for Roblox and whatnot. He's been killing it. Dude just bought himself a Mercedes from all this hard work. Look at this. Mercedes is a C32K Kleeman, a really rare Mercedes, only one in the Baltics right now. Has a V6 engine. Look at that. Love it. Lovely. Good on you, Boke. You're doing such great work. So proud of you. Look at this thing. Yeah. That's what happens. You put forth the work. Put in the effort. Put in the effort. Um, where are we here? We're almost. All right. Zeep, I feel like I just threw a whole bunch at you, so I'm going to put this into a thread. Because it seemed like I was talking a lot there. AWO. Okay, so we've got two here. We'll see. We'll see. It looks like we've got. Oh, I need to keep an eye on this. Make sure I'm not ignoring our special guest here. 17. I think we're probably good. As we're listening through this next one, if you're sitting on the fence and you are unsure whether or not you are going to put something into the queue for feedback today, this will be your chance to do it. We're going to close the queue after this. We still got a bunch of people to listen to, so nobody's going anywhere, but we'll be putting close sign up soon. So go grab some files, hit upload. All right, AWO saying meow. This one's called Come to Life.
Let me see you come to life. Leave behind the noise of the day. Music sweeps through. Let me see you get you down. Come with me and dance the night away. Right here, right now. Close your eyes and realize. It's important to desensitize. Going on will all be tomorrow. This melody will keep us going. That's why it comes for us new dawn to rise. This melody will keep us going.
Yo, Awo, this is great. I love the timbre swing around. It's really bright and energetic. It's electric. It's super lively. I think the vocals just need to be up on top of the mix a little bit more. The track itself, like the instrumentation, all of the arrangement is really super awesome. Your palette is super awesome. I just think that it's a little bit too forward for that vocal, and the vocal can probably have just a little bit more saturation involved. So it's able to sit up on top of such a vibrant mix just a little bit better. Yeah, Prox saying it's got a Sonic R vibe. Yeah. Yeah, this is really, really nice. Like the energy coming off of this is just really, really super great. I'm gonna drag all of Discord over here just a second. No. Liv, I just saw your message. I'll follow up with you. All right. Where are we? Oh, going down here. That's where we are. Almost. Where are we? Wait a minute. I looked right past it twice. Yeah, Awo, I think the vocals sitting up on top, I think that's just like the most important thing on this one. Everything else is feeling really lovely. I like how bright it is. This one's Acceptance. I think the verb that you've got on the staccato strings is a little bit big. It's a little too loud in the mix as well. I do want to listen through just one more time here. There's a thickness to this. There's some lower frequencies and some mid-low frequencies in the reverb specifically that they just don't need to be included. They're reinforcing a part of the original signal that doesn't need to be accented in this way. And it's bringing this kind of weight to the whole piece. So if you carve away those frequencies, just use your cutoff and just take out like the bottom, say like 400 hertz or so to get started out of that reverb. The whole thing will probably lift right up and feel just a little bit more clear and present and forward, a little bit lighter in the delivery, which would be great because the arrangement itself, the composition is a really light thing. It shouldn't have this thing hanging on it like this. Same with this little sine wave lead here. We've got, it sounds like FM sine wave kind of chime synth kind of thing going on. We got a little bit of extra resonance in there, and it's got this mid-low ring to it, so that can be skinnied up just a little bit with an EQ as well. So this is just a small amount of buildup in the range between, say, like 450 and 80 hertz in a few different sounds, and that reverb channel. So skinny up where you can, and bring the low end cutoff of the entire track up to, say, 55 hertz, 12 dB per octave curve, and then you'll lose whatever additional kind of gravity, sense of gravity you're getting from those lowest frequencies that might still be hanging on. Hope that helps. All right, PE music. Let's do this. Here is something I've been working on for a bit. How is it sonically, and what are some general tips on how to make this a more professional production? Well, let's go find out together, shall we? Hey, Polly!
And I saw you slip out of the shepherd's watch. Caught you looking at helium. Glass tubes, believe me, it's just tubes. Pastime, tick, tick, tick. Couple minutes won't rob you. Ooh, you know they got you. When all you see are blurred lines. I know you're not gonna listen, so watch your step and move quick, cause this world's out to get you. You'll figure it out. Friends and family will be there with you. Hold on to their hugs. You need a blanket for when it gets cold. Love
'cause in this world it's fickle. You'll find plenty signs telling you that I'm wrong, but the signs don't save you. The bright lights lead you far from home, and down the night to save you, and down the signs keep you warm. Baby, these wolves bite. It's best that I stay here. I know you don't need no one, but it's the breeze. They come out at night. Got a wild side, don't you? You think there's promise to the nightlight? Don't let the darkness blind you. The wise they get and walk the path through destruction. They don't love you, they don't love you. They just wanna see you dance. They wanna see you dance and lose you till you're gone. You ain't gotta shy away your bone. Do whatever you want, just know you might get hurt in your heart. You might see a sign flash on and then a flash turn. Oh, but the signs don't save you. The bright lights lead you far from home. I'd burn down the night to save you. Burn down the signs to keep you warm. Goodbye. Well, as we know, it's about time that the weak fly high as the eagles soaring above them. To burn down the night to save you. Burn down the night, keep you warm. Burn down the signs to save you. Burn down the signs to save you. I'd do anything, I'd do anything, I'd do anything. Keep you warm. The signs, they don't save you. They don't save you. They don't save you.
Yo, Polly, this is nice to hear you, man. It's always good to hear you. Reverb on the vocal down just a bit. Pad can come down a bit as well, probably like 4 dB or so. Bass also seems a little loud. Can probably also bring that down about 4 dB. At 133, is there some recorded ambience happening in the background? If so, bring it up. At 152, the backing vocal please bring those up. They give a nice little rhythmic reinforcement. And the same with the other little backing vocalizations that you're making. I would bring those up. It sounds to me like they're down simply because of a confidence thing. I'm just going to call you out on it. And I think that you can say, forget all that. Don't need to worry about that because that stuff sounds good. And also maybe just a subtle amount of pitch correction on the vocal delivery, because when you're first introducing a lot of your words lyrically, you're kind of hunting for the right pitch, right? It kind of glides up to it almost. It's a really consistent thing, and if you had just a little bit of pitch correction on there, I think it would kind of even that out a little bit. And then I think that all of those little backing vocalizations feel even more in lock sync with what you've got going on there. But do keep it subtle, because I do think that there's a certain like special kind of sincerity that comes with your genuine and raw delivery. Jake says, I'd also try a different delivery with pitch. I got same issue when I do vocals. If it jumped too far, I lose all tone. Lyrics are fire. Jake says, yes, that's what I was trying to word. I find myself correcting mid-word. I hear you. I hear you. Sometimes it's hard to articulate and translate at the same time. And I feel like we're translating feelings into words, right? When we're talking about music. So it really is just about that tiny little glide, that pitch glide that's at the beginning of the words as you're delivering them. And if that was evened out just a little bit, I think that would be, I think that'd be nice. All right. Who's next? Kyan. But before we pull up Kyan, I'm going to pull up Zoom really quick. I'm going to bring in one very special guest. Don't you like my song? Do, do, do. Oh, I need to. Yeah. That. Da, da, da. Go. All right. Off here. Gonna have face up here. Okay, and Kyan here, and we're going to get the queue closed. We have a bunch of folks to listen to. Okay, so Kyan. Oh, there we go. We have Danny from Imagine It in joining us today.
Yo,
Danny, how are you?
good man. I have two Chris's happening right now. Give me one sec.
Yeah, I bet you do.
There we go.
Where are
Yes,
you?
I am DB Cooper.
You're DB Cooper.
Yep. So in about 5 minutes, the FBI should be busting through the door.
This is great. This is perfect.
That's how long you have me for.
That's all?
I'm DB Cooper, so of course I'll find a way out of it.
Of course you will. Of course you will. That is the way.
This is the way.
Danny, it's always good to see you.
Yeah, likewise, man. I see you in a different way, but yeah.
That's like profound, man.
Yeah, already hitting you with the philosophy bombs.
As always, you can feel free to spam the chat with whatever you've been up to. New
Cool.
releases. I know that you were recently just interviewed by Splice. You've got new stuff dropping continually on a few different fronts, but please feel free to let us know how to find you out there in the world.
Sure. Yeah. The best way is with this link. This is my portfolio, and this is where you can find all of my sound design work with people like Waves, Slate Digital, Black Octopus Sound, Loop Masters. I have a lot of stuff on Splice as well. And I got some cool things with a company that owns the biggest digital synth in the entire world right now, the most popular one. I
Mhm.
can't say, but
Mhm.
maybe you can figure that one out.
Mhm. Rhymes with Pleave Gouda.
Yeah, something
Yeah,
like that.
yeah.
So there's some cool things with that coming out soon. And then music wise, I have my album there under the music portfolio, and that's Duality. Many of you, I'm sure, are familiar with that already.
Word.
But yeah, 13 tracks, progressive rock, electronic music inspired stuff, very cinematic. And right now I'm working on a bunch of new material, and I'm actually working on, I guess I can say it. We're in the pre-production phase of my next album, and this album actually is getting co-produced with a multi-Grammy winning producer, and he's a legend. Basically, he's been in the business for a long time and made a lot of amazing music with a lot of people that like you and I and listen to. So um, it feels pretty natural, but I'm really excited about it. So
It's awesome.
I think we're looking at April as the recording
Uh-huh.
for the next album.
Uh-huh.
So
Ooh, nice. And then a year of
crazy.
mixing.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
And then you just mix for a year.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Oh, please don't say it. That's so
No,
funny.
I'm
Yeah,
just-
I know.
Well, if you keep sending me files, I'll keep responding.
Yeah. Oh, for sure, for sure. I know. I've got so much stuff to share with you, and we have a lot to talk about, of course. And but anyway, The last thing is, yeah, I was featured in a interview recently with Splice. If you guys want to check that out, this is a mega
That's a link.
URL. I'm really sorry about that.
That's a link.
That is
It's a small
yeah,
novel.
yeah. Look at that. It takes up like half your chat, like
Some people might
reel
have
or
to
whatever.
scroll to see that whole thing.
By the time they get to the end of it, it'll be into the show. It's it's a big one. But yeah, so you can read a little bit about my most recent sample pack with Black Octopus Sound, which is Foley color bass.
Hmm.
So it's color bass music, inspired at least, and all the sounds were designed entirely from original Foley recordings. Some of you may be familiar with my process of sound design, which is, I would say, mostly experimental in taking original Foley sounds and then turning them into conceptual sounds, very usable musical sounds, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So anyway, it was cool to get a spotlight on it from Splice. Um, yeah, I talk a little bit about my approach and recording approach and philosophy and all that. So anyway, if you guys are interested, check it out. And if you grab a copy of the pack or some sounds, let me know. I'd love to hear what you think.
Yeah. Awesome, man. Danny always makes really awesome stuff. Go check out the stuff. It's going to be time well spent. And if nothing else, you'll find yourself inspired. But if you do grab some stuff, then you're just going to have more stuff to play with this weekend.
Yes, exactly. Don't go outside.
Don't go outside. Don't touch grass.
Don't stay indoors.
Play with noise.
That's right. That's right. Or if you're going to go outside, take your keyboards and your things with you.
Yeah, yeah. Don't leave without your toys, kids.
That's right.
You're going to be bored.
That's right. I'm sure I'm going to find out more later, but how are you doing, Chris? And how is everybody in the chat doing?
I'm doing all right. The fam is at fair right now, so I feel like I'm like doing this mad scramble of trying to work as much as I possibly can to try to get caught up on stuff. I've been summering a lot because Nico is out of school right now, so I feel like each day I'm spending with him, I'm like, this is so fantastic. And then also there's like this little demon inside of me that's like, oh my God, I'm going to have to work so hard tonight to get all that work done. So right now they're at fair. They're playing with rainbows and stuff, and I'm knocking out a couple of sound packs, a couple of videos, staying busy.
Cool, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, always. That's the best part, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Just like making your way through the stuff.
Constantly. It is constant.
Yeah.
It is truly constant.
Yeah.
You walked in just in time to listen to some Kyan. We never really know what we're going to get from Kyan. It could be Saturday morning cartoons. It could be some sincere vocal stuff nowadays. Let's find out together, shall we?
Yeah.
All right. It's good to see your face, Danny.
Yeah, likewise, man. It's been a while.
It has been a minute. Yeah. All right. This one's called Trouble. Oh, one more click here.
Ravens on me. Walk around the store, I boxy. Take a picture, I'm a post paparazzi. I'm drinking, moving like a zombie. Ravens on me. Walk around the store, I boxy. Take a picture, I'm a post paparazzi. I'm drinking, moving like a Ravens on me. Walk around the store, I boxy. Take a picture, I'm a post paparazzi. I'm drinking, moving like a zombie.
Excellent.
Once upon a time, a few mistakes ago, I was in your sights. You got me alone. You found me. You found me. You found me. I guess you didn't care, and I guess I liked that. And when I fell hard, you took a step back. Without me. Without me. Without me.
You show the lights fast on me, turn to stone. You shine me when I'm alone, and so I tell myself that I'll be torn. Dreaming when let go. You show the lights fast on me, turn to stone. You shine me when I'm alone, and so I tell myself that I'll be torn. Dreaming when let go. 'Cause they're to stone. You shine me when I'm alone, and so I tell myself that I'll be torn. Dreaming when that go. 'Cause they're gone.
Dude, the down sample outro is cool. I like that. I like that. The little reduction thing. That's nice. All right, your LUFs. I'd batch process. Similar feedback to what I was given just a moment ago. In regards to having some elements just need to be treated differently than others. There's going to be elements that are just going to seem incredibly intensified if they're running through the same exact limiter as everything else. I think splitting your sounds up into 3 or 4 different batches and then treating them differently and then mixing those things together for kind of the optimal balance is the way to go. Because that way you can get all of the extreme sound design stuff popping at the exact levels that you want, and you can still treat the rest of your sounds with respect, right? Your vocal mixing, your vocal stuff is great, dude. Seriously. Like if you were to go back just like 6 months and listen to what you were doing, this is markedly different. Significantly different. Sustained sub bass down 8 dB or so. At 217, and I say this with all the love in my heart, your downward compression is dampening the mix here. It just feels like it's constrained, like we're not actually hearing the peaks, and you've got all this like really colorful, bubbly stuff happening, but it also feels a little two-dimensional. Like we're not actually feeling the actual peaks, because we're not, because the limiter is in there and it's kind of chopping them off. So it's all kind of hitting the same similar spot again and again and again. So one more mark for the batch processing, I think. Love the rapid beat juggling, especially towards the end, and again, just the bit reduction there at the end is just awesome. Danny, what do you think about this?
I like the creativity behind it, of course.
Yeah,
just like so many things happening. Like I feel like it reminds me of walking into like one of those candy shops in the malls back in the day, where they have like that big tube with all the different kinds of like flavored powder. And it's like you just load that thing up with all different kinds of flavors.
right.
Total sugar rush. But
Yeah,
yeah, no, I like the creativity, super vibrant, super fun, all that. I think the mixing, I actually feel like multi-stage limiting would really help,
yeah,
like this kind of style, like yeah, multi-stage like limiting, or like um instead of slamming one single limiter, it's like you do a little bit of limiting each time, and between each limiter, you're essentially maybe adding like certain kinds of saturation or like a little bit of EQ just to bring things up a little bit at a time,
mm-hmm.
and not just like slamming the signal to try to get that like loudness, I guess. Because like what happens, like you're saying, Chris, is it just slams everything super, it slams everything down and dampens the mix, like you're saying. So
Yeah, it's hard to get it all done in
like
one pass.
flatline.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
I'd
So it's
imagine.
been something. Oh yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, I'd imagine that Kyan's projects have got to be like 100 tracks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like just wall of sound pretty much, and like you're juggling so many frequencies that like, I mean, every every sound I reckon is getting treated, but like with the multi-stage mastering, the way that things are like flowing step by step in such a way to like achieve loudness without slamming and flatlining,
Mm-hmm.
it really benefits that like that production aesthetic or style.
Yeah, I'd agree. Crusoe says, "This is what my brain sounds like."
Right.
Busty's Catbot, how you doing? Yes, you can put something in the queue, even though I've just closed it.
Oh, that's funny.
Absolutely.
Bodies hit the outro with bodies hit the floor. That's hilarious.
It is
You didn't
awesome.
catch that?
I did not catch that either.
Yeah.
I didn't catch
There's
that
like
at
little Easter
all.
eggs throughout the whole thing.
Yeah, I did not catch that. That's fantastic
That's
to
great.
know. Yeah.
Oh man.
All right, so we already listened to this one from Nobody. It was the dark ambient piece. So we're moving on to Linux here.
All right.
Way more early in work in progress than the last track I sent, but hey, that means more feedback. Yeah, we like them. We like them raw. Well, of course you have to throw it in, dude. If you could figure out how to put the scream from Bodies Hit the Floor as your song outro, of course you have to throw it in. Oh, J-Man, let me look. Yes, I see it right in here. You are in the right spot, sir. Sit tight and we will get to you. Nobody, we did do yours. Oh, and you know what? I did not write anything in a thread for you, but I do know what I said. I said that everything sounds really great and that you shouldn't touch a dang thing and that you need to have your stuff in a licensing portfolio and that you shouldn't just be making stuff for listening pleasure. Because I can guarantee you that people would want to be using this stuff in projects. You're bringing a lot of deep cinematic flair work. And the VOD is there. J-Man, and there should be at least 25 more layers. No.
Hey, Nobody. I'll go check it out after the stream, I promise. And then I will DM you directly what I think.
It's pretty deep. It's super heavy. It's pretty deep.
Cool. Okay, I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, I like the artwork. I saw it.
You're gonna like
first
it. There's
quick
this menacing grinding element that continues to recur. It's very nice. There's a nice haunting tension to it. It's very good stuff.
Yeah, I promise I will check it out.
Linux, let's roll. Yo, Linux, this is fun. This is some good stuff. Danny, you want to go first this time?
Yeah, actually, because I feel like my notes are going to be pretty much the same as what Proxima said. Proxima made really great points, especially about the hi-hats and the cymbals. It like tonality wise, they sound great, but they don't feel like they're wrangled in with the rest of the track. And yeah, Proxima said I think some convolution reverb. And I totally agree with that. I think something to give it a sense of space, just to tie things together, would be probably the biggest help, especially with a genre that kind of does rely on that like classic cymbal sound.
Mm-hmm.
Like the way that that fits in with everything else is really important.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and arrangement wise, I would say I like everything that I liked at the end here. Let's see if I can get my cursor back. Yeah, starting at like 522, all that cool stuff that comes in, I would have liked that actually in the second go around of everything,
Mm,
like, excuse me, right here at 409.
mm,
Like, I think I think it serves this genre of music to have like, sort of progressive structure, like long format and everything. But I feel like if you bring all those cool effects in and then elaborate on them a little bit more throughout the duration of the track,
mm-hmm,
it'll give it a little bit more movement.
mm-hmm.
And I refrain from saying interest because I don't want that to be misconstrued as in this not being an interesting track, because it is. I think that you would just have a greater sense of forward momentum.
Yeah, yeah, and I don't think that interest is like a negative word on its own, but I hear what you're saying. Like it could totally be felt as negative when you say that. I use the word interest all the time for stuff like this. But you're right, it isn't.
Yeah.
It's more about engagement. It's more about the grabability, the ear grabability of these sounds. You know how um, yeah, I guess just
Right.
how it all ends up working together. Man,
Yeah.
oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, no, I was just gonna say that that's exactly right. Because like, I feel like this style of music in my mind, crosses both hypnotic long format groove with a sense of, like, storytelling in the space that it's in, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Anyway.
yeah, I'd agree with that, and I think some of my feedback in this is to, like, maybe lean into some of those embellishments a little bit more. Let us hear and feel some of these things that are almost just kind of felt right now. There are some things that are kind of nuanced that could be um, accented or highlighted, but none of these things need to be sitting in a static resting position. It's really about movement, this constant motion. So I agree with you about bringing in all of these interest bits, all the activity, the more engaging elements earlier, because now you have them there and you can now do something with them. And the more
Right.
change over time that there is in what you're doing with them, that's the engagement. Like that's the reason to hit play on this again and to keep it in the playlist is to catch all of these little nuances.
Yeah.
Right out the gates with the little stabs and just allowing us to kind of almost like intuit what might be coming, right? Like we could have gone in a few different directions here musically during this intro. So I love how I guess kind of ambiguous it was left there. This creeping vocalization in the intro is awesome. It's understated and right on the grid. It'd be good to hear some subtle filter movement on it over time. There is some sub clipping. I'd watch the compression of the lowest frequencies in this, and it's also an indicator of your sub peaks just being really high and your process being all encompassing, right? So as you're going through your master output, I can envision your chain, and you've got this limiter at the end. If you back off the threshold, it's going to make your music feel just a little bit less powerful perhaps in that moment, but you're going to lose that clipping. You're going to lose it because those peaks are what is driving the entirety of the signal up to that wall, and that rattle's coming from when it hits that wall. So there's a couple of different things you can do there, right? You can take the sub out of that process entirely, right? Like what we've said over the past few tracks, which is a little bit more batch processing, can really help when it comes to more nuanced or more complicated projects.
Yeah.
Perks up a bit in general. These cute little laser guys, I know they're not really lasers, but these little resonant guys that are quickly modulated around 159, they can be panned a little bit further out to the side away from center. Keeping them right in the center or near center is a little bit, it kind of muddies the focus of that moment just a little bit. Because our ears want to stay on that thing right in the middle. But really, this is an ear candy element, and maybe it can be up on the side so the storytelling can continue. 219, love this moment before we return to the full mix. Um, it felt like both release and come down and anticipation all at the same time. It's like that feeling when you know there's more yet to come, and yet you're just really appreciating this few seconds that is happening right now. Like I don't know if it's blood pressure comes down as elation goes up, but there's something physically, like physiological that happens in those moments. So good on you for leaning into that. Serious club vibes at 233, 244. Kind of want the keys to be obscured over time in some way, and perhaps some subtle delay work in there that pokes through in little doses. Great perk work, busy and intoxicating. More variation in the hat's velocity, though. In addition to what was being said by both Prox and Danny about some convolution reverb, I just think a little bit more variation of velocity presence would be good. It would play well in a space. Wanting an atmosphere in there, not just this conjoined ambience. There's a difference, right? There's a difference between having the reverberated signal of what was produced musically in your project versus bringing in an atmosphere, like the sound of air, right? The sound of a recorded ambience from somewhere. Or maybe it's just filtered noise that's treated specifically to be just atmosphere, and it doesn't have another role in the track, and it's not a reverberation of a different signal. And there's a difference there. And I think that it sits right above the mix in a very specific way. 412, wanting some kind of transition support there, perhaps a quick little filter twist, like letting a little breeze of higher frequencies through an open window or something. 446, getting some work done right here. Want these meandering, distorted elements, though. I want them to really drive this moment. They feel like they're kind of tucked back behind all these other things, and we kind of have to feel them out of these little nooks and crannies. But if you were to just imagine what it would sound like if you were to give those things like a 9 or 10 dB bump, right? And maybe even bring down whatever kind of sustained ambient elements you have there. So if you've got like a pad happening there, bring that down a good 6 dB or so, make some bold changes there, and get the distorted meandering stuff up a little bit. It's reminiscent of some feedback. It's nice. Phase balance up at 531. It's just kind of nice to hear that little a little bit more clearly. Fun filter play throughout. Really good track. I'm glad you brought it to us with more of a work in progress position, or in more of a work in progress state, I should say. And the chat is into it. I'm just reading through comments here. Jake's comment about he gets those flashbacks. Kleptoman, welcome in. Happy Friday to you. The 90s were an interesting time, says Playson. What causes the most flashbacks? The 90s.
There's just so many classic things from the 90s, like in almost all scopes of music, at least.
Oh my God. The 90s.
Yeah. Yeah. It had like rave stuff and like D&B and then like hip hop and R&B and like rock and man, it's all over the place.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. Did I save this? No, I saved it. Okay. Yeah, the 90s. It's easy to make the argument that it was perhaps the peak in a lot of ways. Just for like the overall landscape of music, because there were so many different types of music still actually relevant at that point in time. Like rock and roll was still a thing, and we were still in mid-embrace of all these new digital things. That's yeah. Loudness wars had not crept in. Yeah.
Was that more the 2000s then, huh?
The loudness wars, yeah.
The 2000s, yeah.
As soon as people started realizing that they could be doing the mixing and mastering of stuff themselves in the same program that they were making their music, then it just started to change very rapidly. I think a lot of it, you missed this part earlier, but I was kind of expounding upon this thought that when we go online as people looking to learn about how to use something in our DAW, it's oftentimes being presented by or for people interested in or producing electronic music, if nothing else, very influenced by it. And then all of the people that come through that video and get that insight or that advice or whatever from that person in that moment, it was very coherent and it was absolutely relevant and applicable to that thing in that moment. But they go home and they apply it in their music, and maybe they've got like an R&B or soul track or something. Now, applying that new knowledge might have helped them level up their sound a bit, but it's still maybe not the most ideal for that genre of music. So now we've incorporated electronic music theory, mixing theory into R&B, and all of a sudden now R&B is starting to change because other people are trying to keep up with this new kind of thing that's been brought by some people in R&B. And it's really just a matter of trying to understand how to mix things and people going and getting information from these different channels, and then before you know it, we have this shifted landscape, and we've got a kind of a misunderstanding of what certain kind of things were intended to do originally, and we've got like a whole new landscape of possibilities because of it. It's its own kind of rock and roll. Its own kind of rock and roll.
Yeah, I remember I always think of two things, like hip hop's influence, like the low end theory influence on like rock, like as heard in like a lot of new metal stuff, where like the bass and the kick drum, they fit so well that it's just like this massive boom, you know what I mean? Not like boomy, but just like super pleasing low end.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas like you know, sure, different aesthetics and different uh, uh mixing and all that, but like, you know, the 70s and 80s, like a bass and a kick didn't have that same cohesiveness or
Oh,
cohesion.
nothing like it. Yeah.
And they were like, yeah, there's nothing that was just like the way that a kick, like a rock kick in the 90s and 2000s would sound with a bass. And then
Yeah.
also like side chaining too.
Mm-hmm.
Like side chaining, you know, that's entirely electronic, right? And that's everywhere now. And understandably so.
Uh-huh. Yeah, and it's being done for multiple reasons, just like the large majority of uses of compression in this modern digital era, right? It's used both as utility
Right.
and effect, and so the lines have absolutely been blurred. So I do see it as kind of a rock and roll effect, right? Because a
Yeah.
generation has come in and grabbed hold of tools. They don't need to slow down and ask why and how. They're going to make the noise that they're going to make, um, and then the outcome happens, right? So I love I guess having the perspective at this point, having actually lived through the two eras and seeing where all of it's going. I do see kind of a taming of certain things happening right now, which I absolutely love.
Yeah.
And it's all happening right in the face of all of this kind of AI stuff that has not been able to penetrate the way that everyone thought that it was going to by now. It'll be really interesting. The next couple of years are going to be really, really interesting in our industry.
Seriously.
It might be
Yeah,
the
there's
first time in my entire career where I really don't know what is actually going to come next from a handful of companies.
yeah. Yeah, that's the crazy thing. And it's funny because I don't know if you saw the news, but like Disney was over at the White House recently talking about like concerns of AI. So it's happening at the very top, and you know, you can only imagine just like the other corners of entertainment as a whole, right? That are, you know, trying to put some kind of clamps in place. It's
Uh-huh. Well,
yeah.
yeah, and a big entity like that that's a power play right there. It's someone like Disney going into the White
It's
House and trying to make waves because it's not that they don't want AI to play, they want their AI to play. They
interesting.
want,
Yeah.
there's a reason why they have Marvel and all, they it's what they've always done as in the post-Walt era. This is what they have done. So it surprises me
That's
very
right.
little that they have made the trip to DC.
Sure.
Yeah, yeah. All right, Blazon.
It's amazing. Yeah.
Yeah, it really is. It's so blatant. It's so blatant. They're not just princesses anymore.
Mm-mm.
All right, Blazon. Dude, if you were to do a collab with nobody and do some dark ambient stuff together, that'd be awesome. I would show up for that. right, Blazon's here saying this is an end credits version of Darkness Calls. The kicks, snares, and claps have all gotten a boost, as well as some other elements have all been balanced a little more. Let's do it. Yeah. Blazon, I like where you're taking this one, homie. There's a couple of things. I would vary the velocity of the big cinematic hits a bit more to really deliver a substantial difference between the smallest and the biggest hits, because the biggest hits felt and heard. You know what I'm saying? The smallest hits heard, but we it's easily seen that they are nowhere near their full potential, right? Dig the 808 in this one a whole lot. I love how you are aligning it with your stabs and your hits, especially 133. Nice use of reversal there. 212. The swell should be bigger, I think. Fill the entirety of the space for this one moment. What is it? It's like 2, maybe 3 blasts in that moment. I just let it sit like a good I don't know, like 8 dB bigger than it has in the rest of the track, maybe, and just let it just wow. 235 cinematic depth is derived from dynamic range. Make it a longer distance from quiet to loud in that build with the noise layer. And I think that we're going to feel that transition creeping up for what feels like a longer period of time. It'll be the same amount of time, but there will be this feeling of greater tension and more anticipation because we've been feeling it grow from a smaller thing. So psychologically, we are going a much greater distance, and that makes it emotionally impactful. So, Danny, what do you think?
Yeah, excuse me. I was pretty wow, that was a brutal voice crack. Um
Puberty is rough, man.
I was I was um I was pretty lost in the beat itself. Like not lost in a bad way. I mean, just like really enjoying the atmosphere that it was in. I would love to hear some like UK drill rapper vocals over it. Like I don't know what
Mm.
your what your goal is here with the track. Like if you just want to produce the way it is, and I don't know what you're trying to do, but I think a UK drill rapper would be so sick over it. Like one song that reminded me, or that I was reminded of from this, just for the same kind of like sonic palette, is Triple Duppy Demon by Whiny, and I think they feature Truthos Mufasa, and just that like kind of like deep like UK drill voice would be so sick over this.
Mm.
It's got that kind of like old school meets new school dubstep kind of like I said, like hip hop, like rap, like laid out for it already, or like laid out for the vocal already, which is pretty sweet.
Mm.
And then as far as like mix goes, yeah, I think like the one thing that stood out to me was that swell. I think, yeah, just making it a little bit grittier and bigger, maybe some detune or
Mm.
um, saturation. Like actually this is something that Chris taught me, which is really helpful, is like not just like a static saturation, but like automated saturation, and it automates as the sound reaches its peak point. That could be pretty cool. Yeah. I was just kind of thinking like, oh man, I want to hear some kind of vocal on this. This is pretty sweet. So
Word. I love that feedback.
yeah.
That's good. Dude, Blazin, you've been killing it, man. You've been killing it. I can't
Mm.
wait to hear this whole album.
Oh, right on, blazing. Yeah. Dude, I've been growing this out forever, but well, I shouldn't say forever, but it's hot right now in Arizona, and it's not entirely fun.
Mm.
But yeah,
Dude,
just having a bit of fun.
we have some kind of wicked heat wave coming. I started getting this alert from the National Weather Service 2 days ago, and they send it 3 times a day, telling me that on the
Oh no.
15th of July, it's going to be dangerous.
Oh wow. Do you know like the exact number?
No, because I haven't clicked through
What
to
are they
it
saying?
because I'm just like, dude, that's on the 15th. Like, I'm busy right
Avoid it,
now.
dude. Oh my god. No, it's a serious thing. Like right now is actually very tame in Arizona. Like it's only 102, and
Mm.
then the highest it's gonna get. Like, we're talking about the weather. How so utterly interesting are we?
Yeah, right.
But like last year around this time, it got to like 115 plus,
Yeah.
and dude, it's like there's a literal psychological effect just looking at the number.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, today's
It's
over.
done.
I can't go do
It's
anything. Yeah.
wasted. Yeah. Yeah,
Oh,
we hit
so
115
brutal.
here in Oregon, and it's not real. Like, we can't
Dude.
survive with that in Oregon. We have humidity here and stuff, and we're old growth rainforest. Like, we are not supposed to do that here. And
No.
yeah, so people end up perishing, So yeah,
That's really sad, dude. Damn, they gotta get something set up there, some infrastructure.
yeah. So now we're
That's
getting
real.
like a more than a week in advance notices from the National Weather Service. So I'm like, dang, man, dang.
That's crazy, dude.
Right?
Well, stay cool, stay safe.
Yeah, right. On the
Seriously.
15th.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh man. All right. Prox.
Let's do it.
I'm looking forward to this. It's been a minute, Prox. It's been a minute.
I like the link. That's cool.
Yeah. Get this to match up perfect. There we go. All right, Prox has been absolutely on fire lately. So I'm excited for this.
Cool. Yeah.
Asymmetric. Dude, Prox, there's a singular metallic hit at exactly 422 right here. Go grab this. This is the sound of your outro instrument right here. Oh, it was maybe at 421. 420. Imagine that. Danny, you want to go first on this one?
Yeah, it's another track where I was just lost really in the groove. The only thing that stood out to me was maybe a little bit more kick. It feels like it kind of takes a backseat to everything else, although everything else is the lead, especially that like tonal percussion going on throughout. And Proxima already said it, like a little bit more modulation on the lead element. Yeah, I think that would help again, like forward momentum. But otherwise, yeah, I mean, this is a sick track. Actually, this is a really good example, I think, of what we were trying to express earlier with a different kind of techno track, which was like not just forward progression, but like having that life. You can hear life in a really well put together track, and this one has that life. And I think you're just like that like last 5%, honestly, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. I would fully agree.
Yeah.
And I love that you've gone full on into this rhythmic perk driving your stuff mode. It really, really works with your style and all of your creative leanings right now. This is a really good groove. And these more harmonic perks, I think if you were to bring them up a good like 6 dB and then run some saturation on them and then start using that tone knob to start messing with what we're hearing, it's going to function almost exactly like a filter control at that point. But it also gives you some saturation then that you can run swells through and kind of bring them out even more. The reason I bring that up is because then if you layer that with a little bit of delay play, like just imagine how much tonality there would be in these long feedback ring outs from, like a comb filter on if you were just to capture like one perk hit. It just stands out from the rest, and that one tail is now kind of like sample and held almost, right? In this feedback tail, and what you could do with that then, like how you could make that little thing wiggle around and what you could do with that. Love the jangly hat at 401. Also, just that hit at 420, that metallic hit. It'd be so fun if that hit happens and then like a second or two later you get like this tiny little riff from it. It'd be so unexpected to hear something kind of melodic on the way out the door. Yeah. Yeah, perks are doing you right now. That is for sure. Dub! It is you. This one is called Another Life. That was a really good one, Prox. Dub saying an Arabic Eastern vocal could benefit out there. What up, Chris? What up, Dub? How you doing, homie? Happy Friday to you.
You don't cry, you're not strong enough to care. Getting lost in my own pain, not in the game. One more dance to see me. I've been hoping we could try. Not a lie alone tonight. I will never have the life you stole. Now I'm keeping everything in my soul. If you call me in the night, I will ask you people fail to pass the test. Holding out for a last chance, the heart to relapse. One more life to take me, and I hope that you won't try. 'Cause I don't wanna know if I get out.
Dude, Dub, this is really fantastic. The vocals feel a little tucked under. Like I definitely want them to dominate the bass and the lead and the pad. And right now I feel like the the pad and the ambience are just inflated like to a point of being almost near like a lead loudness, but they're meant to be a bed element. They're supposed to help tuck these things in, right, and support. So I'd say move those down drastically, and then just kind of recognize that this is a really good candidate for some group mixing. You've got all of your sounds sound really great on their own, but volume balance wise, I think this is the one area where you have available for improvement, right? You can take and actively change the volume levels around solos and stuff, right? Talk about this from time to time, but remember when you go and you see a band perform live, when someone steps forward and solos, it's not just them turning it up. It's the large majority of it is that everyone else is turning it down, right? Is that they're backing off. And that way, like otherwise it would just be this race to raucous. You know what I'm saying? It would always just be more, 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 more. So this addition through subtraction and carving away where you can to make other things shine, I think is really where this is right now. Just a really, really, really lovely, lovely piece. Had Stank Face several different times. I'll just say that if you start by bringing the ambience, the pad down a bit, just on its own before you make any other moves, and then start grouping these sounds together. They already sound good on their own, like I was saying. So now it's just a matter of how can you affect them in groups now to allow for the vocal exactly at the volume level that it's at right now to stay on top of the mix. I think there's really only one path forward in all of this. It just takes you getting in there and changing those fader knobs at the right time. And write that stuff to automation, right? Make your changes organically, but write that to automation so there's actual movement that's noticeable in the track as you move through it. I think that's the way. Danny, what you got?
Yeah, I think the vocals were the biggest one. Like when everything is happening all at once, like I can hear the vocals clearly, but it feels like it's taking somewhat of a backseat to everything else. And with really beautiful vocals like this, you know, it shouldn't necessarily like sit on top of the mix, but just like every like in the mix, every instrument knows its place, right? And every instrument is like supporting one another, including the vocal. Like the vocal knows that it is the lead element and that everything else knows that it's the lead element, if that makes sense. I know it's kind of a weird way of thinking, but um I think if you really just to kind of get away from like any philosophical thought like that, I think just pushing the vocals up a little bit more, and I reckon maybe like a little bit more. I don't know. It's such a fine line, but between 500 and 1K, I feel like I get a little bit, just a little bit more presence. Um, I feel like the natural, well, I guess maybe a little bit higher than 1K or 500, excuse me, but I felt like the natural range that she lives in um, is being suppressed a little bit and wants to come out just a little bit more, like in the mix. Um,
Little
that's
peak around
that's my
1.2 or
interpretation of
something.
it. What's that?
Little peak around 1.2 or so.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like, I mean, everyone's range is so different, right? But like the female range is a little bit higher up. Like, you know, Chris and I have talked about this a lot when I was mixing my vocals and you know, I was dealing with both um a higher up man with good range, and then Ida who had like female lower range, a massive voice, great voice, and then another girl who was like a pop higher up voice. And the thing that I found constantly was like um it's really easy to overlook, I guess, like the natural ranges that they exist in and like only rely on fundamentals to help mix.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh, you know, this particular range or like this frequency bump should be dipped because of whatever. But I don't know. My point is, it's a long way of saying it. My point is like treat the vocal not as like a general vocal, but what it's asking for.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
this constant reminder, when you're mixing music and you're actually doing it right, it's this constant reminder that every single sound is treated as the sound that it is as you come across it. Like
Yeah.
there's no template that works across everything all the time uniformly. And if that is happening in your music, then there must not be much variety happening from one track to the next.
Sure.
I mean, or you're in AC/DC. Like it's one of those things. Like it could just be
Admittedly,
that
I think
you're
it's pretty subjective with this track though, because like I mean, I think the track is really well mixed. I think the
Quite.
vocal just needs a little bit more, and that's it.
Quite.
Maybe the shakers too, the top's a little bright,
Mm.
but like then again, this is over SoundCloud and streaming, and things can get kind of funky up there. So I say the vocals are kind of like your main priority.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Anyway,
I agree. I concur. Jen, though.
I concur.
Jen, though. Let's do you. This one is some synth pop plus a little switch up. It's called Lose Myself.
I keep hesitating like it kept going wrong, Stuck inside this cage I made for way too long, oh way too long. Now I'm staring at a starlight.
Yeah, dreamy vibes. I think the kick is getting a little bit of clipping. There's some clipping in some of the synths as well, so I'd back off the limiting just a little bit. There's a bite to this track that will dissipate when you do that. You can feel it. It's in those higher frequencies. So also make sure that you EQ your highs with just as much detail, like attention to detail, as you do the lows, because they add up just as much as the lows do. And when you've got a bunch of kind of bright synths like this with edge, then you need to contain it just a bit. 153, nice scratch fill, but watch the resonance on a filter sweep or scratch like this in the lowest frequencies, because resonance is just a gain, a volume boost. So, oh yeah, man, we were all staring at your hiney. That's true.
I turned back and I was like, oh man.
Your camera's like, oh, let's zoom in. Let's zoom
It's a
in
good
on
thing
this
I'm not wearing
guy.
my thong today.
That would have been epic.
Oh man, you guys would have seen.
That would have been epic.
At least it didn't pan down. Oh man.
That would have been
well,
great.
Yeah, I would have to put that on my paywall.
Oh yeah.
If it did pan down, yeah.
Yep. Yeah. This one's gonna cost you $1 if you want to see it.
That's right. That's right.
Happy
I
Friday.
got the basic pro and premium subscriptions.
Oh man. Oh wait, did I even let you say anything about that one? What'd you think about that one?
Yeah, no, it's great. It's great.
I was your shock and awe campaign. It distracted me.
That's right. $1 Twitch. That's great. That's right. That's right. Not the beans and free. It's so good. Oh my god. Okay. I'm gonna compose myself right now.
Okay.
I like the vibe, and I love the drum and bass part. I think that drum and bass kind of jungly part was really well done. I think everything before it, like the kind of synth poppy part, I wasn't entirely sold on, and I think a lot of it has to do with two things. It has to do with the drum choice and that like sort of lasery lead synth sound. I would swap those instruments out. I would go for the drums, I would go for a classic like 909 sound. Not like techno 909, but if you listen to well, I mean, I guess like almost every synth wave track ever, that kind of analog drum sound, but you can make it unique though. Like that's the great thing about those kits is they're so basic and so recognizable and classic, that everyone knows what you're going for, and it's like, oh, that's that's great. It tickles everyone's brains and ears, but you also have room sonically to put unique textures and stuff on those drums without losing the plot. So I'd say like experiment with different drums maybe. Of course, this is all subjective, so you can take it or leave it. And then with the synth sound, I think just maybe like, I wouldn't say like a nice pretty pluck, but one that has a good bit of delay and reverb to get that space, is a little bit more plucked, like filter sawtooth kind of pluck, and throw some distortion on it too, yeah, personally that's what I would reach for. Maybe even a guitar layered with the pluck. That could be kind of cool. But yeah, those two elements personally I would swap out. But yeah, it's a really cool track though. I like how creative it is and the switch up and all that.
Yeah,
very cool.
I like what you're saying there, and I agree with the potential with the guitar alignment as well. That might sound dope.
Yeah, because you could use it in both the synth pop part and the D&B part.
Yeah, you'd have a little crossover agent there. Bring your continuity.
That's right.
Yeah, it's some good stuff. Good call, Danny.
Cool.
Yo-Yo. This is Riku called I'm a Lie.
I must get into my bones. Never gonna tell my friends, oh no. And I've been trying to get a new home, and I never wanna go in a bus alone. And I isolate myself at home, never making friends, no. Nobody knows about the bus now, about the dogs now. And I wanna be myself, I don't wanna be funky now. I really try. I make myself believe that I'm a great guy, even though I know that I'm a fucking liar. I'm a liar, but you know that, I'm a liar, I'm a liar. I can't inspired, but don't go on the riot when I know, no, 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 no. Change your mind in my skin, change your mind, shut the wrist. Don't be night or sad with him, don't even mind tamarind. I've been shining in my gold, and I know what I'm but those failures now. And don't you know I'm slowly losing oxygen down in that room? Can't you see right now something's missing from my soul? Missing out. I just wanna
Okay, so a couple things here. The biggest thing is the LUFS, is backing off the loudness. Right now you have a limiter, I'm assuming, making this whole thing loud to get it up to this competitive loudness. But the problem is that that's electronic music competitive loudness. And this is not electronic music. This is just vocal and guitar. And what it's doing is it's squishing everything to the same layer. So I can't really tell. It feels like your vocal and your guitar are just like right here together, and that your backing vocal is like right behind it. It's all just kind of in this one spot. But really, like, your voice should be here, and you should be holding a guitar down here, and the backing vocalist should be like a foot or two away from you on their own microphone, and there should just be some space between these things. So if you back off that limiting, it's going to bring back all that space, basically. And then I don't think you're going to have to touch this mix. I don't think you're going to have to really do anything to it. There's a little bit of this and a little bit of that I'm hearing frequency-wise, but all of that goes away when it comes back down to its normal volume. Because what we're hearing here is it's kind of like an artifacting experience. We're hearing parts of these like nuanced pieces of character that have been magnified to like an unnatural state. So this is it. Bass down just a little bit, maybe, when you back off that loudness. Right now, it feels like it's a bit too much and it's clipping a little bit. It could feel just perfect when you bring down the loudness, though. Danny, what do you think?
Yeah, I think it was the loudness is what got me the most. It like clips in an unnatural way at times. That, I mean, that could be the aesthetic too. That kind of like really raw kind of sound that's pretty popular right now. But I think it's always kind of tough because it's like, do you want the rawness or do you want the polish? If you want the polish, I'd say listen to Chris here because he is going to lead you down the right path as far as having a sound that is both matching the aesthetic that you're going for, but with that polish. And like he said too, it's not a dubstep thing or like a club banger that should be maximal. This is something that should be more dynamic. And I think that's just always difficult because it can be subjective, right? But I think just whatever your priorities are, like if it's a beautiful guitar vocal tune, I'd say that's the priority, not being loud. And then as far as the bass, um, yeah, I think towards the end there was a couple moments where it sounded like you were going down in the octaves or in notes basically in your voice. And I think it was starting to clash with the bass, especially had a couple of dissonant moments and that like for example, that sort of inconsistency between those frequencies will not on their just on their own freak out a limiter or a compressor, but certainly with two very dissonant cycles happening, it's really going to freak things out. So you want to try to find that nice balance of like again retaining that rawness that you're looking for, but then also having a little bit of polish so that things like I said don't freak out as much, right? With the tech at least. So
yeah, I like that term, the freak out. The frequency
Yeah.
freak out. Yep.
Freak out.
Ah, freak out. We all just
But
start
yeah,
singing.
it's interesting tune. You know, I like the rawness. It's yeah.
It's time for some squid pie, don't you think?
Yes.
Yeah,
let's
that's
do
what I
that.
was thinking. Squid pie time. Little Robo's first existential crisis. Demo 3.
Reminds me of
vocals.
Squib Cakes
Yes.
by Tower of Power, you know?
Yeah, absolutely, man.
It's amazing.
I watched them open for the Grateful Dead one year,
Yeah.
and they were amazing. The
bet.
horn
Oh, dude.
section.
Uh-huh.
Oh, outdoors,
Mm.
Autzen Stadium, middle of summer. Well, like August, so late summer. Tower Power horn section, just.
That sounds amazing. Like the Summer of Love, dude. Like straight up.
Oh man, that was freaking great. I'm telling you, the '90s, man. The '90s had. Yeah, '90s had something.
It was a time.
Yeah, a lot of heroin. I think
I only
is what
had
it
5 years in it. And pretty unaware 5 years, so.
All right, let's check out Little Robo's first existential crisis.
Yes.
Okay, Squid Pie. I think if you focus on some volume mixing, you'll be able to help us better focus on the elements you want us to follow most in this mix from one moment to the next. And the reason why I say that is because a lot of the supportive elements in this track are near or right around the same loudness level or perceived loudness level as the lead and melodic elements. And that leaves me as a listener feeling a little bit confused because It's the melodic elements that are trying to kind of guide me through something and tell me a story and have me feel a certain way about it. And the other things, the percussives and the ear candy and stuff, those things are kind of meant to help it keep on track, like stay within the rails, right? Stay on time and keep a certain pace and have a little bit of interest and momentum being brought by these things. So I would say this, that if you were to bring all your faders down to zero and start with your most important sound and get that guy up to a point where at its loudest, it's leaving you like maybe 6 dB or so below 0 dB. And now start mixing everything up under that. Everything else in that track is a little bit less important as you go through. Okay, so like the last thing that you'll be mixing might be the quietest, and it's probably not going to be something that's right in the middle. It'll probably be something off to the side. Um, but your lead elements, the things that are leading you through this, are probably going to be some of the most loud sounds, and that's going to be good. It's going to help you identify supportive from melodic, and I think that's the separation that we really need here the most. That's going to give you a fair bit more depth too. And then the other thing I would say is humanization can go a long way in a track like this, where you've got a whole bunch of really short percussive kind of pluck and stab sounds together. And by that, I mean a little bit more velocity variety, a little bit more use of the stereo spectrum with panning, and then taking a little bit of this melodic content off the grid just a little bit. Everything feels just right smack dab on time all the time. So it's very predictable when every single note is going to occur. So what I would recommend is just going in there and just adjusting some things. Maybe your DAW even has a humanization setting that allows you to vary the position of your notes by a degree of 5% or something like that. And that's a totally fine thing to do. But it'll give you a little bit more of an organic feel to this and a little less rigid. Danny, what do you think?
Yeah, a little bit more humanization for sure. That was the big thing that stood out to me. And I think everything sounded like good in a weird way. Like it made me think of like Flying Lotus a little bit. Like this is like if Flying Lotus made the soundtrack to Kirby Nightmare in Dreamland. That's what I felt. And like if you listen to some of his tracks, they're a little like focus point agnostic, I think,
Mm,
where it's just kind of like,
yeah,
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 it's
you're right.
no, I wouldn't say like like everything's just like unmixed or like there isn't a hierarchy like you and Liv were talking about, but it works in some places and in others it doesn't. And the place that it doesn't work, I think, is when you have that chip tune reverb sound come in because it's so loud and takes up so much space that it dominates everything else. And it also has some between, I would say, like what, 2 and 5K. It's always 2 and 5K, honestly, that are like problematic areas for like harsh nasaliness. And with a really bright sound, like a square chip tune sound, which is extremely harmonically dense, that can get a bit harsh
Mm.
um, pretty quickly, especially when it's taking up so much space with reverb too, like really bright reverb. So um, anyway, that was the thing that stood out to me, was just the brightness dominating everything else that I actually kind of liked. I thought it was charming, honestly. But yeah, I think humanization, clamp down on that chiptune sound. Maybe you're using OTT on it, perhaps.
Mm.
Like a really aggressive multi-band compression. Dial back on that a little bit. That would be my first go-to, and then just turn it down. Yeah, those are my thoughts.
Word. I love it.
Nightmare in Dreamland was a great game, wasn't it, Liv? Oh man.
Been playing Forgotten, what is it? Forgotten Realms with Nico.
Cool. Yeah,
I
you
have
having
not
fun?
played Kirby before. Like I've played a couple of times at a friend's house over the years, but I've never owned a Kirby game before this. So I'm learning. I've learned a fair bit about Kirby, I feel.
Yeah, yeah. Nightmare in Dreamland. That I think that's probably the best Kirby game, honestly. Lots of replayability. It's just so fun to play and like I don't know. Just the atmosphere of it I liked a lot as a kid. I played it so much. Right now I've been playing Fire Emblem, Sacred Stones. I love the Fire Emblem games
Mm.
on the Game Boy Advance.
We've been doing a fair bit of Minecraft the past couple of weeks.
Nice.
Yeah, Nico's been back down the rabbit hole of mining again.
Yeah, for sure.
So am I.
Liv, you would love Fire Emblem. Check out Fire Emblem 7 and 8. Those are the two that I played, and personally, I think are the only two that are worth playing. Just because the stories are so good. But yeah, check it out. I think you'd like it.
Yeah. All right, this one is just Tony. It's called Null Form, and I like this art. I love this art, actually.
Just Tony.
Whoa. Danny, what'd you think about this one? Yo, Danny,
Yo.
what'd you think about this one?
Well, I just said right now I love the synth keys. Like that to me was I know it's at the end of the song and there's so much more to go over, but like those synth keys just had a really nice vibe to
At the
them.
very
And
end? With the
yeah, those are
distortion?
nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you got that too. Those
Yeah,
are
it's just like
beautiful
that's yeah, I
keys.
was hanging on that for a second.
You're like, wait a minute, yeah. I don't know if those pop in any sooner in the track, but they should at least like maybe in the intro or in the breakdown, right? Like
Yeah,
halfway.
I don't know. They definitely grabbed me.
Those are great,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, I dug that.
Um, yeah, I think a little bit more variation, maybe some ear candy here and there, moments that like not noise risers necessarily, but like maybe harmonic and tonal moments that suggest another section is coming
Mm,
would be cool.
mm.
And I think was it busiest cat bot or bustiest cat bot
Yes.
had a great piece of advice, and that was bring the bass down an octave uh, at the end of like maybe like each bar or not each bar, but like maybe every 4 bars would be cool,
Mm-hmm.
just to give some progression in the bass.
Mm-hmm.
Um, yeah, I felt the same. I felt like it was the bass was living in the same like range for too long. Um,
That's good feedback.
and yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah. Anyway, I think those two things a little bit more interest, and you're good to go.
Yeah, it's good stuff. I really like the creeping vocal element in the intro. Second time we've heard that today, actually. At 41 seconds, this crescendo had the feeling of like a minimal impact, like a bit understated and a bit matter of fact. And it took me like it was post digestion of this transition. It was maybe 10 seconds after this transition that I decided that I really liked the way that transition went down. So, um, and that says something because there's a few different things that kind of caught me in this, and you guys hear me say it all the time. If it pushes against expectations and it has unique timbre, it's a win in my mind. So already this track is a win, but like me thinking about how much I liked that transition or not for like 10 seconds after the fact really said something about the decision making and the resting points on display here from Just Tony. I think it's really unique in a number of ways.
Yeah.
And I think that there's a certain dose of effort being applied to achieve that, which is really appreciated. You know, it's really appreciated because it's obviously intentional. Okay, so really,
Yeah.
oh, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say the same thing. Just like it's a D&B track, but it's not at the same time. Like it's so unique in that regard. And yeah, I mean, it is in a style of music that sounds so samey so frequently. It's nice to hear something that is taking some chances.
Yeah, absolutely. There's different people making all these tracks. We should hear them differently. Yeah,
Yeah, that's right. That's
absolutely.
right. So
Yeah.
this is it's cool, cool and unique.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just lovely and unexpected. I really like the dropouts at 150. Kind of wondering what the second one would sound like if it was actually 2 rapid cutouts instead of just 1. 224, the vocoded laters, a little dominant in this moment. 237, I love the timbre of the vocal manipulation in this moment. It's a great texture match for the bass. The bass and the vocals right here, they're just having a moment. And then the distortion at the end on the keys was just phenomenal. It was just phenomenal. And I'm split. I don't know if I agree with Danny and I want them to appear earlier in the track somewhere so I can appreciate them earlier and more, or if I want it to just grab me that way right at the very, very end every time I hear the track. It's kind of tough. But I would probably listen to this more than once. So my gut says leave it at the end and not try to force it anywhere else. It's cool. I like this one. It's different. I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the biggest thing about it.
Zell, it is you. This one's called Run. This image has like old school, like Ministry vibes or something.
This life
two left shoes, close the blinds and shut the door. Don't call me 'cause I'll call you. Don't call me 'cause I'll call you. You've been brown like two left shoes. Close the blinds and shut the door. You can see me either door. Don't call me 'cause I'll call you. You've been brown like two left shoes. Close the blinds and shut the door.
Yo. Danny, you want to go first on this one?
Yeah, yeah, I had a lot of thoughts with this one. I like all the switch ups and especially like the brakes part. The brakes part was sweet. Two parts really. It does feel claustrophobic, like the track doesn't have a whole lot of space to breathe. So compression, that's always going to limit how much room there is. Like if you're over compressing, that's going to limit how much room there is for things to exist in. And if you have a lot of elements as well too. Um, yeah, like I said, I think everything feels a little too tight. So it looks like you got
Gotta respect the gazelle.
yeah, look at that.
Thank you, Boke. Appreciate you, homie.
Heck yeah. Heck yeah. I'm aiming for ISO. Oh, cool. Yeah. Funny story, actually. Kind of a family member is friends with ISO XO. Kind of funny. So I know exactly what you're going for. And sorry. I actually have to take that in a sec. But anyway, yes, ISO XO. I definitely hear that like that big arena sound. Um, and I think you can do that by letting up on the compression a little bit. Um, and I think some of the like sawtooth sounds that you have, some of the basses, they're a bit wide. I'm trying to let me go back and take a listen, but yeah, there's some sounds that are taking up like that lead, the like Reese kind of bass lead that you have going on is taking up so much space that I can hear it triggering the compressor. And what's happening with the compressor getting triggered so frequently is that it's clamping down on like the entire track, and you can hear this kind of like struggle that the needle has with it. Um, and that's just going to take away from the dimension and size of the track. So I just be really careful with that. Um, and that could be either your compressor or your limiter if you're limiting really heavily. But yeah, I think it's a cool track. Otherwise, I think it's just a bit squashed. That's all.
I agree. I think you've got some really nice atmospherics here. They would feel better if there was more room, like if they were actually sitting above everything, not just kind of mashed into everything. And that's the dynamic range thing. 33 seconds in, perhaps too many elements trying to peak at once in this one moment. Love the vibe. Wanted a little more focus and clarity from the build specifically. 104, love the satisfying distortion textures here. This is a really great moment. I love the bigger than life vibe that you're going for. I think Danny did a pretty good job of articulating what's happening there with the compression. 128, the two quick notes articulating that quick little fill, I think that could come up a good 5 dB, just those two notes. Can the sustained bass come down a few dB and still hit, is what I'm wondering. Because there is a little bit of some cohesion lacking between the bass elements. They are each hitting well on their own, they're each kind of owning their moments, but there's also this lack of depth or width when you're comparing one to the next. So allowing the basses to still have their own character, but trying to find a little bit better alignment in the way that they're all being presented, especially when they're in close proximity to one another. It got downright fonkish near the end here. Loved it. 311, the vocals can be up top more in this moment. Just in general, just want to applaud the genre mashing, the desire and the effort to take all of these different influences and types of inspiration and meld something new from them. So, good on you. And Tone, how you doing, homie? It's been a minute. How you doing? Jake Signal Music saying, I had a mastering engineer basically convince me limiters are a spawn of Satan and never shook that. I pretty much never use them unless I am out of options. Antone, good to see you, man. I'm glad to hear that you're doing great. It's good. Always good to have you here. Dread Shadow. It is you. Dread Shadow saying it's an old track, but just wanted to share. This one's called Light. Wyatt. right, Dread Shadow, this is great. Lots of moving ear candy in this one. Solid sci vibes. I think it's a really good mix. The one thing that I noticed about all of this is that all the ear candy is being triggered right on the grid, or at least it feels like it. So it's very easy to predict. In fact, you start to expect them to come right as they're coming. So that's the one thing that I would say. I would say push against expectations to get bigger goosebump moments, right? When people get something that they are not expecting and they love it 10 times more than if they were expecting it. So also, I love the gated vocal. Felt really good. No, Boke, it's totally fine. It's totally fine. Jake Signal, it is you. This one is called Bad Deal. Yo, Jake Signal. I feel like you have the basis of a really good track here. You're missing some top line. You're missing some more melodic elements in here that can really lead us somewhere over time, and kind of tell us a story. There's also a feeling of kind of being held back, just audio quality wise, and this is coming from compression, limiting the peaks of the individual sounds. So less downward compression on the individual sounds. That's going to allow each one to have its own kind of potential being heard. I also think that this track could benefit from some more sound effects, using risers and reversals, hits, sweeps, etc. They help you create more forward momentum and movement that's otherwise hard to come by in this kind of music. So placing those in your arrangement, not just at the points of transition, but using transition effects for movement as decorative embellishment. And then that helps everything continue to move forward and feel like there's constantly some kind of interest point that you could tune into. 313, the moment here wants some melodic progress being made. Lots of low-end groove, but it's lacking the exciting top-line storyline. This one feels like it would probably appreciate some call and response action. So if you have a really simple synth line that you lay down, and then there's another synth that kind of calls back to it. That's a really easy way to build in something without adding a whole bunch of elements to the mix and bringing in these additional frequencies and voices that can kind of fill up a range of frequencies in the mix. Big Signal saying 100%. I'll send you after stream what I turned it into after 3 or 4 iterations. Maybe I'm just hating it because I hear it too much. If I remember correctly, made this one in under a day. Got a cool riser fall engine from Lucian. I think Danny had to take a call. I think that's where he is right now. So we'll get Danny back in just a moment, I'm sure. The Tajisi dinosaur. I probably just butchered your name, so I'm sorry about that. Let's roll. This one is work in progress, just one idea. Yo, Dinosaur, this one's really interesting. Got some cool cinematic vibes, a really interesting palette of sounds, very eclectic. There are a couple of spots in here where volume balance it just needs some work, I think, in regards to having everything really sit right. It felt like when the strings come in, they sound nice. It's a good string sound, and they do match the moment, but they're being brought in several dB above everything else in the mix. So I would bring those down a good 8 dB or so. That resonant sine wave whistle synth that came in there around 115, it can come up a bit. It's the same one that you do in the outro. The sub channel just throughout can come down a good 6 dB, maybe as much as 8, but I'd start at 6, audition, see how you like it. At 215, you can hear the volume mix again is kind of out of whack here. Those strings are just really dominant. But also, on top of that, it would be good to go in and just take stock of what level each individual sound is at and ask yourself, is this a lead element? Is this element driving this moment forward? Or is it keeping the groove? Or is it supportive? And if it's supportive, then you probably want to bring it down just a little bit, because there's a bunch of sounds that are right around the same loudness level. And when you're juggling between them, I feel like there could be a greater difference in both volume and pan position with some of them. And once you've got that, the juggling will become a little bit more dynamic, and I think this eclectic palette shines just a little bit stronger. Oh man, Catbot keeping me on point here. Thank you. Hero. This one's called Ocean Eyes. Welcome back, Danny.
There you go. Sorry about that.
All good. Yo, Hero, this is great. I think the vocal needs to come up a little bit. I think it's a lovely voice. Get it up on top of everything. Bass down just a touch, like 2 or 3 dB. Really nice ambience brewing in here. I kind of went back and forth on a couple of EQ things, whether I felt like it was worth mentioning or not. And in the end, I just kind of decided that I like the flavor of ambience that you've built up here. It's quite lovely, the vocal in this track. Yeah. Welcome back, Danny. Oh, you're
There
muted.
you go. Thank you.
Yeah.
The mute button. Everyone forgets it.
We're pros. We're
That's
pros.
right. That's right.
Never a mistake, man.
So, the Ocean Eyes D&B track, I like that a lot. Bit of a boomy kick, and I think some more. I don't know, a little bit more atmosphere would be nice. It feels just a little touch congested, but everything else, very nice vibe.
Agreed.
Yeah. And the bass, like you said too, just down a touch too. I think got like a little bit like muddy at times.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's definitely one that you kind of want to feel in some spots more than here. Just like in that super supportive position.
Like the subtlest dip at like 200 to 300, or actually like I'd say even 150 maybe. Yeah, like just the subtlest dip in that, just to make, I don't know how to explain it, but like that little cut right there is one of my favorites to make. It just seems to fix a lot of things.
Yeah, little scoop.
Yeah,
scoop for clarity.
Exactly.
W900J man, this is Combo Breaker. Let's do this. Yo. All right, J-Man, Luffs. The loudness is just too much for this track. It's clipping a bit. I would bring down the limiting, the loudness by a fair bit. If you're looking at the numbers, I would say this feels like maybe neg 6-ish Luffs, and I would say that this would be better suited at neg 12, probably. Like at the peak, probably. Deadly flute sample. I love this loop. Really dig the theme. Nasty bass barks at 127. The arpeggio can come down around 140. I like the boss battle time. Nasty basses in this one. Just get the loudness down, and this one will feel way better. I think that's it for that one. Danny, got thoughts on this one?
Yeah, I thought first of all, the one thing that stuck out to me the most, besides like mix stuff, at the end there, I felt like that outro was a bit long, and I was kind of like, I don't want to say like waiting for it to end necessarily, but just kind of like it just felt a little long, and maybe some other elements. Like I have this philosophy, and this is totally subjective, so feel free to take it or leave it. But with long kind of moments like that are just sort of repetitive that way, right? There's usually two things going on in my mind, at least. One is perhaps it's for DJing reasons, right? For DJs to easily mix in and out of the track. And if that's the case, that's cool. Or if it's just that long for the sake of being long, whenever I find myself in this position, I always like to justify why I'm doing it. And justifying it usually means like maybe adding in some other kind of maybe new thing or call back to a thing originally in the song to, again, justify like why that moment of time is there. Because I think the track itself, like without the extended ending that way, is great. And it sounds awesome. Like the idea and the concept and all that. I like the sounds, the palette, all that. So I know it's kind of a subjective gripe, and feel free to take it or leave it. That was the biggest thing that stood out to me. As far as mixed stuff, yeah, I think just like revisiting the levels, like I mean, there isn't anything that I feel like I want to say that hasn't already been said by Chris. Um, yeah, levels definitely help 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 your bass fit a little bit better so that everything else has more room to breathe and that compression isn't like slamming down on everything else. Um, and this is actually kind of a funny callback to one of the pieces of feedback that I gave earlier to somebody. Again, subjective, but I'm really hearing like, Flodan or like, some UK drill rapper on this. I'm just hearing it again. It's just,
it's in your head today, man.
Maybe it's an unconscious thing that we're all doing now because like, Fred again and Flodan and Skrillex and all that,
Right. Yeah.
We're just kind of in that funny production headspace. But yeah, bro, I mean, like totally subjective. Take it or leave it. That's what I hear. I think it'd be sick. But other than that, yeah, Chris has all the mixed notes you need.
Drill pilled.
The drill pill, yeah.
There's a new term here. Drill pill.
I just don't do lyrics at all. Nobody wants to hear my voice. Well, dude, hey, like, I believe give yourself a chance, right? But if you feel like, you want to give it to somebody else to try out on, dude, you should, be a good opportunity for collaboration.
Yeah. I'm going to dip into DMs really quick and hear what Ardlap has put in here. Well, he's appearing as Ardlap this time. It's Boke Nero. You heard his sound effects earlier. We're going to listen to a little bit of music here. This one is called On Me. It's some Lotus House. It's a good one. Yo, Boke, it's interesting, right? Like if this is just a year or two, and I can clearly hear like the differences. Like I'm listening to this, and I'm like, he'd make that differently now. He would do that differently now. He would do that differently now. It hasn't been that long, dude. You've had so many level ups in the past 2 years. Seriously. Okay, this one's ear candy. Folks saying it's up to you if you want to listen to the third one. We'll probably skip it just because we've already gone over by like 3 hours, but it's only because we love this. All right, this one is ear candy. Look at this. Like, is this a gingerbread man? It's like
Look at that.
freaking electric or something.
It's almost kind of sensual, that picture.
In a weird Okay, Satan. This is so good. Our lap, it's unfair. It's unfair. Your talent is unfair. And it's also incredibly appreciated. I mean, what do we even say after that?
Yeah, that
Gosh.
was a groove.
Right?
That was fun.
Right? Yeah, I've never walked away from an Ardlap track not feeling like energized and refreshed and ready, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it has that staying power in your head too.
Uh-huh.
That's
Uh-huh.
big.
Max, since we've already listened to one from you, I'm gonna skip this one for now just because we've gone over by so many hours, but we're gonna listen to Nye. I hope I'm saying that right. IH. Saying, I'm here, but I cannot type on Twitch because I can't verify account. I'm watching the stream, though. This one's called Ether. Let's do it. Well, that was fast. Okay, so what I've heard here is just like it feels like just bundled energy. Like we're just in this one climb. Like it's just constantly building. Yeah, it just feels to me like we start out at this one spot and we're just kind of slowly working up towards this other point. One thing that you can do to help dial that in a little bit more is to actually pick just a couple of elements and set them on that exact arc. Start them at near silence and have them peak out at the end, right? And just keep a linear path. And you have to choose wisely what those elements will be. But that can give us just a little bit of kind of foreshadowing and tension and anticipation, and all of those things really start to pay off towards the end. And then that gives you, since you have such a long runway for anticipation, you can put a riser or maybe two risers in there. And those can both lead to that same crescendo at the end. And they could be incredibly subtle, kind of embedded in the music, if you will. And then I think you've got something that is really good, right? Like you've got a lot of cool sounds together in this palette, and it is doing this rise up thing, which is pretty cool. But I do feel like there's like this other level that you could easily find in this one without pouring a whole bunch more time into it. I do that. Danny, what do you think?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for me was that lead sound. It just like I love the aesthetic of it being just like maximal, but it was like to the point of it being exhausting.
Mm-hmm.
And I think just dialing back a little bit would make me feel less exhausted. But I love the idea though. I mean, I like it's pretty much done, I'd say, but more production, more parts and all that if you don't have that already. But yeah, I just kind of like the kind of key gen aesthetic, like breaks, trance kind of vibe. Very cool. I mean, you don't hear it, at least I don't. I don't hear it too often, and just cool, different kind of blend of things.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Liv says tone the lead down just a little bit. I'd agree with that.
Yeah. Toying. I love it. Toying the lead
Toying
down.
it down a bit, will ya?
It reminds me of like there's this picture or like a is it GIF or GIF? Actually, that's the question of the day. Is it GIF or GIF? You tell me. But there's a picture of a dude who's wearing like these like Barbie sunglasses on like a toy laptop with like the Matrix binary running down behind him. And, like, it reminds me the song reminds me of that picture. Just like I just see that. Like the dude's like deep in the Matrix with the song in the background. That's what I see.
Oh man, yeah, absolutely. The GIF thing in 2025 is still so great because like it's one of those things where it's like you go back to the beginning and it's clearly GIF, right? But if you were to actually say that out loud in a room full of people in 2025, people would be like, We're going to start that. We're going to do that right now. We're going to do that.
Yeah, that's right. It becomes that argument. It's like, is the Earth round or flat?
Well, it's diagonal, isn't it?
You decide. The Earth is a dodecahedron.
Well, you know, scientists did just send a little bit of matter to like, I think it was like 27 different dimensions simultaneously, which confounded them. So my question is,
Wait, they found this?
Yeah, they've done this. This is not the first time, but now the question is one, how do you even know that it's 27 different dimensions? And two, how do you know that it's 27 different dimensions?
Oh, it's like Schrodinger's cat. Like,
and number three,
is it really there if you can't see it?
How do you know it's 27 different dimensions?
Right.
And then to take it one step further, just one step further, 4, how do you know it's 27 dimensions? Huh?
Right.
Yeah, some important questions.
Can you see my mind slipping out of my ear
It's dripping
right now?
Yeah, it's dripping.
Yeah.
It's leaking.
That is amazing. One of my friends out here just gave me a book recently called Quantum Lives. And it's like, you know, a super hypothetical like speculation on the idea of like string theory and like quantum like multi-dimensional existence and all that. And whether or not like you fully believe in that stuff, it certainly is an interesting read. Like I personally like I like the hypothesis, but I personally really like the scientific data behind these things because it confirms that we know so little.
Yeah, we know nothing.
Theory.
Yeah, we know nothing. We know nothing.
I don't know why that made me laugh so much. That's so funny. But yeah,
the Strogingers.
The Schrodingers, yeah.
You know, in the next dimension over, it's actually spelled that way, and the whole world is different because of it.
Yeah, everything's a J.
Yeah.
Like the whole like gent thing, right?
Yeah.
Like I said, a gentleman, gentleman.
Right. Except over there in that dimension, it actually is Berenstein Bears, actually, still. So,
right.
Yeah. Gentlemen.
And the Earth is not, it's not round or flat, it's linear.
Yeah, right.
It's a big line. That would be.
It's all just a drawing. It's all just a drawing.
Yeah. It's a Doodle Bob drawing.
We're completely screwed.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
The Earth is acute.
Oh, my gosh. I feel like we've passed the point of no return. We're going to listen to just a little bit more.
Yeah.
I thought. Go open. Maybe I didn't. All right, here we go.
2D. Yeah. Oh, wait.
A cold breeze strokes my tired face, teasing my weary skin. This kingdom of thought laying claim to me. Caught in a miracle, hold your breath, keep it in. The shade of a crown disappears in the dark. Caught in this world, snow. They won't remain, and you think that I can explain. Last time, giving me company, it's killing me, bringing me down, bringing me down. Last time, giving me company, it's killing me, bringing me down, bringing me down. Snow falls without any care, a secret dance in the air, hardly concerned about leaving a trace. Old bark follows everywhere, silent screams in my ears. The night casts a blanket that covers the land. 'Cause I wanna go where only the unending white remains, lost on the way. And you think that I can explain. Last time, giving me company, it's killing me, bringing me down, bringing me down. Last time, giving me company, it's killing me, bringing me down, bringing me down. Last time, giving me company, it's killing me, bringing me down, bringing me down.
Yo, this is great. I feel like there is an expectation that this is pushing up against vocally, that is, and I'm not sure exactly what it is, but I really like it. I really like the way that your voice is registering alongside that bass specifically, and as you're ramping up the passion and power in the vocal delivery. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but it really feels to me like it becomes in greater alignment with the musical elements, like the power being put into the vocal performance in that moment is allowing that alignment to happen. It was not occurring in the same way without that power. It's really fascinating, that shift that is occurring. I'm having a hard time putting words to this. Danny, what do you think?
Yeah, same. It has that effect where it kind of makes you just sit back and like, after a song is finished playing, you're just kind of like sitting there,
Yeah,
by yourself.
the post
And
bliss.
yeah, this song has that effect on you for sure. I don't really have much to say. I loved it. I mean, that was beautiful.
Yeah, yeah. Like if we could bring that bass down like 3 or 4 dB, maybe. Like I feel this is so complete. I think more than anything, I need to hear more from this artist.
Yeah, I just looked them up on Spotify, and yeah, I'm gonna drop a follow and take a listen. But like 7 monthly listeners is insane.
Yeah, it's
Not
not
that
it's
not
not right.
listener counts matter, like for any level of validation,
Hmm.
because clearly like numbers don't matter in this case. This is great stuff.
No, it's just a matter of being found. It's all. That's all.
That's right.
That's all this is. Because as soon as someone hears it, they're going to hear it again. You know.
That's right. That makes
yeah,
me
very
want to
moving.
like. It makes me want to hop on the mic and like practice singing. Like it has that like I don't know if you guys have ever experienced this, but like there's a song with vocals that like really grabs you, and like it's like the words and the voice of what you're listening to live in your throat and it
Yeah.
wants to come out.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. I do know that feeling.
Yeah. Cool. That's what I feel right now.
Yeah. Catbot. Yeah, look at us.
Let's do it. You've been going for a long time, Chris. Damn.
I know, dude. It's been unreal. But you know what? I've been missing these guys. So.
Yeah.
Catbot saying, warning, no intro or build, just right into the loud. Haven't even gotten to that part yet. Also, this is a remix. Thank you for the warning. I'm just going to turn this down just a little bit before I hit play. Okay, this is Rude Buster. Oh, it's not The J is like an elegant L.
With a dot.
With a dot.
It's got a piercing.
It's got a hook. It's got a hook. You got to have a hook.
That's right. This has a hook.
It does, and I like it. I love the energy. It feels like getting a high score on Sega. I do want a little less wavering in presence on the lead, though. That kind of shook me just a little bit. What about you?
Yeah, like I kind of want less lead altogether. Like just to kind of break up the sonic palette that's hitting me. Of course, that is subjective, so take it or leave it. But yeah, I mean, like you're definitely nailing what you're going for, and I can hear that.
100%.
Yeah, it's fun. I mean, it's a fun tune. So
almost has the Anamanaguchi vibe, says Olivia. Yeah. It's with pizzazz. It's an L with pizzazz. Okay.
I was thinking more of like I was thinking of Chernobyl kind of vibes, the HBO show.
Oh yeah?
No.
Kind of leaving you feeling empty and desolate inside?
Just
slightly radioactive?
Just I want to put this over like inappropriate show intros. Like my dad and I've been watching Deadwood lately. This over Deadwood would be hilarious.
And Chernobyl. I mean, both of those are cracking me up right now.
Like with sped up
or like
intros
Yellowstone
and
or something.
Yeah. Just something dark.
The Waltons.
The Waltons. I don't know what that is.
Not Jim Bob. It's like Little House on the Prairie.
Oh my god.
Ish era and yeah.
Some kind of country granddad. We all know those country, strong but silent types. They're all listening to this kind of stuff on their own.
Oh yeah.
Come on.
You know they are.
Come on, Grandpa.
Everyone from the Big Valley crew is rocking Sega.
Yeah.
You know, they're all driving those tiny little smart cars too while they're listening to it. They're like,
That's right.
Not big tractors or Ram pickup trucks or
Mm-mm.
anything.
Those, it's a front. It's all a front.
It's all a front. They're Mario Kart fans, man.
Oh, totally. Yeah.
All right, this is called The Same Road. It's from Dacky. Let's do this.
No, you don't speak my language. I can't convey my message. I'm trying, but I'm failing. Oh, no. I'm traveling the same road again. The sun is setting down. Will I make it home before the dark? No. But who am I to say it? From a point of view, can you point at you? Can you point out the truth in a room full of people? That's the point of you. Sit down, enjoy the view. Look, this is pointless too, but I would die for you. Yeah, I would lie for you. No, I would die for you. And I would kill for you. But I'm just doing everything that I was brought here to do. Ever heard of more than the truth? Oh, well, now you do. But I know that this is all you. Yeah, I would die for you. No, I would lie for you. And I would kill for you. No, I would die for you. No, I don't speak your language. This message is outdated. There's nothing left to say. Oh, no. Ain't no going through all I know. Close the door, shut the blinds. No, I'm about to ease my mind. No. I'm traveling the same road again, but now it's past midnight, and there is no one waiting for me. Can't you see? No. No, you don't speak my language. I can't convey my message. I'm trying, but I'm
You know, every once in a while you hear someone making really good use of reverb space.
Yeah, that outro was really cool.
Yeah.
I was just listening to it, like going back. That's cool, man.
The You know, the increasing in the reverb presence as the number of elements in the mix diminishes is nice. I do wonder, though, about the edges of the reverb and the amount of reverb being used throughout this, because if we can just withhold a little bit more of the reverb throughout the track, then that big reverb moment towards the end really feels very separate from everything else and very different, instead of feeling like it's a bit more of what we've been getting. You know what I mean? I kind of feel like I want to hear this with a little bit less focus on the reverb leading up to that moment, honestly. Also, speaking to the reverb, the large reverb on the field recording makes it feel a little bit more distant than perhaps it should. I like the openness, but wish the reflectivity was different. That's on the field recording specifically. 116, nice vocal delivery, great surface texture and the detail, especially early on. Good resting point with the auto-tune. Distortion might be a bit much there. I didn't get a timestamp on it, but there was really only one big distortion swell, I think. Loves need to come down just a little bit, feeling a little forced, mix-wise. Nice arrangement. And again, I didn't put a timestamp on this, but when the big reverb happens, it feels like it's kind of overtaking, not... Before the mix starts to go down in elements and the big reverb happens, it starts to feel like the reverb is overtaking the mix. So something to look at there. It might be worth restraining the number of, or the amount of frequencies that each track is sending to that reverb channel, and then opening it up a bit more. Maybe something like that. What do you think, Danny?
Oh, yeah. I was going back and listening. Yeah, dude. I really like this one. I like the space. I like the space that it's in, the aesthetic, super emotional, cinematic, and all that. Very, very fitting.
Yeah.
And your voice seems to fit really well in that space too. So like you know what you're going for, which is cool. I think like the atmosphere and the space that it's in being so, I guess, big, for lack of better words, kind of engulfs everything that I sort of get lost in that and not really paying attention to the lyrical content. And to I want to be able to like have that kind of like stuck in my head, like I want to it's hard to explain, but like hear the lyrics and the vocals better just from a technical point, but more so like something that's going to grab me out of the instrumental is what I'm saying. And like I know that the instrumental's happening, but the vocals are like what I'm focused on, I think. So yeah, trying to find the right way to explain it, but I guess the best way is just like being pulled out of the instrumental and listening intently to what the vocals are saying.
Yeah.
That's what I'd like from that. But otherwise, I love the space that it's in. Yeah.
Yeah, this one really felt kind of different all the way across.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dacky, cool stuff, man. Yeah, I love that.
Yeah.
Atmosphere. I'm glad you get what I'm saying too. I didn't know if I'm just like, in that. I mean, I shouldn't even be talking right now about mental exhaustion with like Chris banging us out in 6 hours, but
it's all good. It's
yeah.
all good.
Cool.
Let's listen to Tommy. We got two more. This is Answered Thought, Tommy, called Turn the Lights Off.
I was out for girl, I know. See your face when my eyes close. Can't describe where my mind goes. Where it goes. Into space I can't control. Serve it to my baby slow. We get freaky sideways. Yeah, that's 3 sevens in a row. If we playin' my way. And all that stupid shit, everybody gon' hate. Should probably keep it on the low. If you want a clean slate. Smoking OG by myself. Don't need no one else, yeah. That shit ain't your business, bitch. I'm living for myself, yeah. Worry about my health. Put myself above everybody else. I'm high as hell, yeah. That's me saying I'm sorry, cause I don't want this love. You're my only option. I'm caught in the middle of you both, it's getting hot, yeah. And when she in the phone, I know what you want, yeah. She just wanna fuck, so I guess we'll turn the lights on. I don't want this love, you're my only option. I'm caught in the middle of you both, it's getting hot, yeah. And when she in the phone, I know what you want, yeah. She just wanna fuck, so I guess we'll turn the lights on. She don't want me to pull out, no. Been a long time, let's go that road. Let's fuck on the photo, same way I always felt. For you, my love, for you, my love. Smoking OG by myself, don't need no one else, yeah. That shit ain't your business, bitch, I'm living for myself, yeah. Worry about my health, put myself above everybody else, I'm high as hell, yeah. That's me saying I'm sorry, cause you know I don't want this love, you're my only option. I'm caught in the middle of you both, it's getting hot, yeah. And when she in the phone, I know what you want, yeah. She just wanna fuck, so I guess we'll turn the lights on. I don't want this love, you're my only option. I'm caught in the middle of you both, it's getting hot, yeah. And when she in the phone, I know what you want, yeah. She just wanna fuck, so I guess we'll turn the lights on.
Yo, answered thought, Tommy. I'm not sure if we've heard you before. I'm not sure if this is the first time or not, but you've just gotten our no feedback track for the day. Because there's nothing that you can really do to this one to make it better. It feels great. You should wrap this one up and release it. That's what I think. Danny, what do you think?
I think this is a great ending to the stream too. Like, if you're ending here, like this.
I got one more, but it's a really good track. Isn't it?
One more. Okay.
Yeah, we got one more.
We got an encore coming up.
We got one more.
Well, this is a great way to bring things down into the out of the stream, and that was I mean, Iron M said it perfectly. California sunlight. Yeah, dude, I was envisioning myself driving through like from Oxnard to Malibu, basically. Yeah, like in the sunset. When I used to live in when I lived in Burbank for a couple of years.
Mm-hmm.
There were some times where we do that, and it was such a vibe, man. And this song is definitely that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So Tommy, just don't change anything. Just bounce this, get the thing out. All right, choose and sleep. Take us out.
Here we go.
This one's Hiding with Oback. Yo, choosing sleep. This is great. I love the ambience, and I think that if you were to bring the ambience down like 6 to 8 dB when that full mix lands, you wouldn't be mixing around it. And I feel like right now you kind of are. And the nice thing about an ambience like this is just how soothing it is. But when it is one of the loudest elements in the track, and there's this kind of almost kind of spoken word level or almost whisper level vocal work happening, I feel like the ambience needs to stay in a more supportive position for that to actually really land the right way. So I personally, I'd bring the ambience down a noticeable amount when the full mix comes in. And then that way, when lines like open your eyes hit, they really actually cut through and you don't have to force them. Because right now I'm wanting to say, dude, please turn up, open your eyes. Like I want to hear that line so much more clearly. But the truth of the matter is that if we took that ambience down a good 6 to 8 dB, we wouldn't need to change anything for the vocals, because the vocals are just like this kind of spoken whispery thing that happen to be in that same realm as the ambience. So it's kind of being masked. You know what I mean? Also, I love the gating on this. It's pretty great. What did you think, Danny?
Make sure I'm unmuted here. Yeah, I mean, I love the atmosphere, and I'm a sucker for like that aesthetic. The atmosphere though does take up a lot of space, and I think there's a lot of cool elements, other elements you have going on that I think want to be heard more,
Mm-hmm.
and they can't because that atmosphere is taking up so much space, especially between like 2 and 500. There's just a lot of that like mud to boxiness that's happening. And I don't know if it's because I had my headphones cranked or not, but like I still feel like it's a bit weighty in those places.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I'd attenuate that
I
a bit.
agree. I tend to chop off the bottom half of my atmospheres and ambience when I have a decent amount of low end in anything, because those
Yeah.
frequencies are already there. They're already being filled up. So I'd rather not put those same frequencies back into play.
Yeah, and like so many instruments produce them that like it adds up really quick. And the biggest problem, especially when you're bringing in like compression and limiting, is like since there's such low cycles, like wave cycles, they're triggering things that much harder, and you're gonna get that much more of that like maybe undesirable compression crunch sound.
Word.
Um, yeah, so
Yeah.
you've already got low elements. You don't need too much of the atmosphere low. But
No.
yeah, dude, great atmosphere though. The song itself.
Blackberry's back weighing in, saying the overall ambient structure needs a little more work insofar as its low volume, the non-percussive elements collapse into a soup of nebulous, unidentifiable sounds, meaning there's no opportunity for a listener to instantly identify who, what, or where this track actually comes from. Yeah. All right, kitty cats. We've been going for 6 hours, so I think it's time that we go raid someone. I'm going to come over here and kick the box and see who is doing their thing.
Yes.
Because usually we end a few hours earlier, and I'm not sure who's streaming it this time. Let's just see, shall we? Kind of limited in what I'm seeing from the folks that I follow, but I do see Nick Black is up, and we have not rated into Nick Black at all I think this year, so why not do that right now? I appreciate you guys sticking it out with us today and bringing all your cool music for us to listen to. Danny, I appreciate you.
Yes.
Thank you for being here. You're
Yeah.
awesome.
You're the man.
I'm going to go ahead and start this raid. So we'll go say hi to Nick Black Music. But Danny, stick around for just a bit.
Yes.
Good stream. All right, kitty cats. I will see you after the weekend. I appreciate you. Until then, stay inspired. Go make something awesome. Bye.